Something's got to work right today.
Does it seem like we're live, Ben?
It takes a minute.
Okay.
We should be good. Yep.
Okay, great. So welcome this morning. We are here at the Energy Utilities Technology Committee, and I am State Senator Mark Lawrence, the Senate Chair of the committee. I represent Southern York County, which is the towns of Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, half of Berwick, the town of York, and the town of Ogunquit. And with me is my co-chair, the House Chair, Representative Berry, and I'll ask him to introduce himself.
Good morning, Seth Berry, and I do represent House District 55, Bowdoin, Bowdenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec. Great to be with you today as the House Chair.
And let me just go around my panel of participants on my screen. I see Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, you caught me off guard there. Good morning, Nate Wadsworth. I represent District 70, which is Southern Oxford County.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Representative Grohowski.
Good morning. Nicole Grahowski, representative for House District 132, Ellsworth and Trenton. Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent the District 96, the 7 lovely towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Senator Stewart.
Good morning. I'm Trey Stewart, representing Senate District 251 communities in Southern Aroostook and Northern Penobscot, including the town of Chapman.
Representative Kessler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is the middle portion of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth, where I am reporting today from the beautiful Portland Headlight.
Representative Kudlow. Nathan.
Representative Carlo from House District 16, which is all of Hollis, a part of Buxton, and a part of Saco.
Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing House District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Garland, Exeter, Charleston, and Stetson.
Representative Wood.
Hi, I'm Barb Wood. I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Great. Representative Grignon.
Good morning. I'm Representative Chad Grignon, represent District 118, Harmony, Athens, Bingham, up north to the Moose River Valley.
Great. And Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent 10 towns in Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County.
And with us this morning, we have our clerk, Ben Freck. I'll just ask you to wave, Ben. And then we also have on, we're quickly going to show their pictures, Deirdre Snyder, who's our legislative analyst. And we also have Dan Tartikoff, who's our other legislative analyst, primarily with ENR, but also staffs our committee. So this morning, and I apologize, I'm working off 3 different screens here because so much is going on today. We're going to do a public hearing on LD9, which is our first public hearing. We had our first confirmation center session, the last committee meeting, and I thought that went very well. We've had a few technical difficulties this morning, so everybody is a co-host at this point, so please be careful what you do on the screen. And we're going to have our first public hearing today, and after that, we're going to hear from the Office of the Public Advocate. This is a continuation of our just introductions from governmental agencies we often deal with, and Barry Hobbins, the Public Advocate, will be here. We'll then take a break and we'll go to another session. I believe it's our last one of the introductions of interested parties and people who often testify before the committee. And also, Representative Berry and I discussed yesterday afternoon the ongoing issue that's going on with distributed generation and Central Maine Power and the interconnection fees. I did have a conversation with David Flanagan, the CEO of Central Maine Power, and I asked him if he'd be willing to do a similar briefing for our group, for our committee here today. So Representative Berry and I have invited him, and he's also bringing over one of his staff people for that briefing. And we have also invited the distributive generation people to make them aware of it and make them sure they know about it in case they have questions. I believe it's Eric Stiniford from Central Maine Power who's coming as well. So that's going to be at 2 o'clock. If we finish up early our introductions, I think we're just going to pause this session. And then for those of you who are interested in that briefing, you can come back on. This is not a public hearing, obviously, we're getting from CMP. This is simply a briefing. But given the fact that our issues are very technical and very complicated, I thought it would be good for all of us to be briefed on these issues. I'm not an engineer. There are some engineers on the committee, but we come from a very varied background. And often when I get these technical issues, as I always say, I need somebody to explain it to me like I'm in 5th grade. So the purpose of this briefing this afternoon is to have them come and explain to us what's going on and to also hear from the distributive generation people from their perspective of what's going on. I believe we may have legislation dealing with this issue further down in the legislature, but this is not, the purpose of this is not to have a public hearing, it's just to get briefed and get our technical questions answered about what is going on with the crisis in interconnection right now. Any questions on that before we begin? I don't see any hands. I expect for planning purposes that will last between a half an hour to an hour, depending upon the number of questions. Okay, so now I'm going to multitask here and I'm going to turn it over to the House Chair, my co-chair, and see if I can find my testimony again. And I'm going to be introducing our first bill of this legislative session.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Senator. And we will begin the first public hearing on legislation held by this committee. As a reminder to interested parties, please do submit your testimony in advance online by 5 p.m. the day before. And I will be operating today from a list of participants who have submitted such testimony. The first witness today, as always, will be the bill sponsor, Senator Mark Lawrence, and he will now be recognized to present LD 9, an act to promote renewable energy by authorizing a power to fuel pilot program. Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Representative Berry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. As I said previously, I represent Senate District 35, which consists of towns in Southern York County. And I'm here today to present LD 9, an act to promote renewable energy by authorizing a power to fuel pilot program. As many of you will recall, especially those of you who were on the committee last year, during the last session of this committee in the 129th legislature, this committee supported LD 2017, sponsored by Representative Tina Riley. LD 2017 was working its way towards passage last session when the pandemic unfortunately required us to adjourn. And that bill died at the end of the 129th legislature. We had passed it out of committee and it was on its way to the floor. So I'm pleased to bring you LD 9, which is bringing this bill back before the legislature because it's Even though it was passed by the committee last year, because this is a new committee, it needs to go through the public hearing process and for everybody to review it and vote on it. This bill will give Maine the opportunity to become a leader in innovative technology that allows us to maximize the renewable energy we are generating in the state. As you know, every year Maine curtails hundreds of thousands of kilowatt hours of renewable energy. This is energy we are generating at times of low demand that simply goes to waste because we do not have proper storage technology to capture it and reuse it during peak demand times. Our congestion problem, while bad today, is only going to worsen more and more as more renewables come online. As we work to innovate and build a grid line for the future, it is essential that we keep an eye towards new technologies that will allow us to maximize the energy we are producing. That is exactly what LD9 intends to do by creating this power to fuel pilot program in Maine. I'm going to allow others to speak on more specifics of the fuel technology because, as I said, I am a lawyer and not a technician. But in essence, this technology allows us to convert renewable energy to green hydrogen and other fuel sources. This gives us the ability to take advantage of existing infrastructure, reducing congestion on the grid, and make meaningful headway on our efforts to reduce carbon emissions without large build-outs of additional electrical transmission. The emission benefit is particularly important as we work to reduce emissions in our heating and transportation sectors. By using the fuel generated by these pilots to provide energy for industry, heat, vehicles, we can have a real climate impact while preserving energy choices. Developing this small pilot program here in Maine will help ensure that we can measure the impact of these projects for customers and our grid while incentivizing significant private investment. As Representative Riley told you last year, projects like this can be one of the tools we use to ensure a diverse blend of opportunities that speak to the existing needs of Maine's biggest industries. As we continue to embark on our serious efforts to reduce our carbon footprint here in Maine, power to fuel can ultimately create an interface between renewable electricity generation and our roughly $1 billion in existing natural gas infrastructure. This bill is a meaningful step forward in terms of creating an environment that attracts this type of investment and that allows Maine to be out in front as developers begin to think about where to site these projects around New England and other parts of the country. I'll now let the proponents of the legislation discuss the technology of power to fuel and the specifics of the legislation, but I would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. As always in our public hearings, committee members are given the opportunity to question any witness, including the bill sponsor. I would suggest to committee members that you raise your hand using the raise hand feature on Zoom. If that does not work for you, if you're unable to do that, you may also wave a real hand on the video screen, or you can use the chat feature as well. And I'll do my best to make sure that I catch everyone. I will first turn to Representative Foster.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Senator Lawrence, first of all, I'd like to thank you for bringing forward as our first bill to work on something that's fairly straightforward and maybe a sign of more to come. I say that with tongue in cheek. The question I have, when the Honorable Tina Riley presented this last session, I believe, my recollection is when we were sitting in committee near the end of the time that we discussed this, her bill, that she had amended it to include only one project instead of two. Now, I don't know if that made it into the final print or not. I can't remember just where we were at that point in time, but I was wondering if you recall that, and if so, why it's back up to 2 for your bill. Thank you.
So I do recall that, Representative Foster, and I think James Cody is coming after me to offer an amendment, and that might be one of the things in that amendment. I simply resurrected the entire bill just to get it back in front of the legislature.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for the sponsor? I see Representative Grignon. If you can just unmute yourself, you can proceed.
I just heard my name. I could barely hear for some reason. I'm trying to fix my audio.
Got it. So you did not have a question for Senator Lawrence?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. I thought I saw a hand. Any other questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, I will thank the sponsor for presenting his bill. And we will proceed now to testimony from the public. And as is typical in these proceedings, we'll begin with testimony in favor of the legislation. We will then go to testimony in opposition. And finally, testimony neither for nor against. And just a couple of technical notes here for the participants who will be testifying. I would ask that you help the committee to manage the attendee list and the number of squares on the Hollywood squares in front of you. By leaving the Zoom when finished testifying, you can watch the rest of the hearing on YouTube, and we are, as always, streaming on YouTube today. I would also ask that as you enter the webinar, please make sure that the name on your Zoom screen does match the name that you used when signing up to testify. It's best if it doesn't say, Dad's iPad. We'd like to see the name properly registered on the Zoom screen. And last but not least, just a reminder that the public can submit written testimony at any time, even after the public hearing, using the testimony submission portal at the legislature's website, legislature.maine.gov, and look for the EUT committee. Finally, a reminder to committee members to just mute your microphones when not speaking. Thank you very much. And with that, those technicalities out of the way, the chair is pleased to recognize, for the purpose of testifying on this bill, the Director of the Governor's Energy Office, Director Dan Burgess.
Thank you, Chair Barry, Chairman Lawrence, Senator Lawrence, the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Dan Burgess, Director of the Governor's Energy Office. I echo Rep. Foster's comments around starting with a not complex piece of legislation. And I'm also aware that any of the project proponents after me will be able to answer more of the technical details, which someone who's not an engineer will not be able to get to. So I'm submitting testimony in support of the concepts of this legislation and look forward to working with the sponsor, the committee, and stakeholders on the development of this potential pilot program. Generally defined, power to gas is the process of converting electricity into a gas fuel, namely hydrogen, through the process of electrolysis. This hydrogen, oftentimes called green hydrogen, when utilizing renewable energy, can be used in several different end uses, including industrial processes, and then could also be stored or combined with CO2 for conversion into methane. And so this pilot represents a opportunity to test this technology utilizing that excess renewable energy that Senator Lawrence mentioned. The first power to gas pilot project in the U.S. was launched in partnership between the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and Southern California Gas. NREL describes this as, again, taking excess electricity, converting it to hydrogen, storing it, combining it with carbon dioxide, and then producing natural gas. They call it an innovative technology that could provide North America with large-scale, cost-effective solutions for storing excess energy produced from renewable energy. And I think that what has been seen over the past, actually even since the last year, since this bill was first heard by this committee and considered by the committee, is that there has just been really significant increase, both in interest in the United States, but also globally. And this would provide an avenue for pilot projects to demonstrate the potential of green hydrogen and other technologies with oversight from the PUC. According to recent reports, as I mentioned, the European Union is targeting 40 gigawatts of electrolyzer deployment by 2030. Within that, France, 6.5 gigawatt target. United Kingdom and Germany have set 5 gigawatt goals. And as you may have seen, Governor Mills signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Kingdom to advance partnerships with a big focus on the potential for sharing information on offshore wind, but also including the opportunities for green hydrogen. So as the committee considers this piece of legislation, we urge careful consideration of costs as well as emissions of a pilot project. I've reviewed briefly the amendment that could be offered, and think that there's some good components to address some of those issues. I think interest would be in the pilot projects prioritizing, or the pilot program prioritizing projects with lower GHG emissions. And so it is with that I will wrap up this testimony. We think that there's some opportunity here. We should consider it carefully, and it's an opportunity to have the state lead on these issues, and look forward to working with you and others as the bill continues to be refined. Thank you for allowing me to offer the testimony. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Burgess. And again, committee members are welcome at this time to raise their hand virtually or physically if they wish to ask the director a question. And we will go to Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burgess, for your testimony. I'm wondering, as you've come to us to support this bill, during your time working with the Climate Council and other energy matters through your office, can you tell us about any other existing energy to gas production plants that are now operating in the United States that you are aware of? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative Foster. So as mentioned briefly, there is the pilot project in California that was supported by the National Renewable Energy Labs. I should note that just this week, a company called Plug Power, which takes hydrogen and then utilizes it through a fuel cell, has announced plans to open a over $250 million plant in upstate New York. So, this is at what feels like early stage, but the way it's being couched in New York is kind of the really looking at future opportunities. I think you're going to hear from others that, hydrogen is clearly not a new source, but the way that utilizing renewable energy to create it through electrolysis is becoming not necessarily new, but it's becoming more cost effective, and I think it's being seen as an opportunity, especially when used through a fuel cell or other matters as a really good opportunity to help us meet our climate objectives. So there's some happening, and really ambitious targets being set in Europe. There's actually a community in the United Kingdom, of a smaller community, which is going to be a pilot project for heating their entire community using green hydrogen. So it's being seen as an opportunity, and I'm happy to provide more details on those examples.
Thank you, Director Burgess. Any other questions from the committee? Just looking through the participants here, and it looks like there are none. So we thank you for your testimony. And we will proceed next to testimony also in favor from Kurt Adams, the CEO of Summit Natural Gas. And welcome, Mr. Adams. If you never served on this committee, but you were in front of it a lot when I first came on as the chair of the PUC. It's good to see you again.
It's good to be here. I get to travel now and leave Maine a lot and go to a lot of different legislatures, and the culture of this committee and this legislature in particular is really something to be commended. The collegiality and professionalism. Every time I'm here, I'm like, man, we need to hang on to that culture like it's the most important thing on earth, because good policy gets made here. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, and esteemed members of the EUT committee. Thank you for taking the time today and your diligent efforts to drive an open and public process in these awkward and dangerous times. Today, I'm pleased to join you to speak in support of LD9, which if passed will create the first green hydrogen program of its kind in the nation. My name is Kurt Adams and I'm President and CEO of Summit Utility. I'm a native Mainer from Kittery and now I live in Yarmouth. Since 2013, Summit has invested $360 million in the state. By converting homes to natural gas, we've reduced the carbon emissions of those homes by 69,000 metric tons a year, which is the equivalent of taking 15,000 cars off the road every single year. Converting a home to natural gas is like putting solar panels on your home as well as your neighbor's home from a GHG perspective. In addition, we've implemented a voluntary renewable natural gas program where our customers can voluntarily buy renewable natural gas to fuel their home. And we're also developing a dairy digester project in Clinton, Maine, which will not only help Maine's dairy farmers, but will also produce carbon negative renewable natural gas by recycling waste derived from dairy cows. Infrastructure that we build has to be part of a decarbonized future. It's part of our mission. I'm here in support of LD9, which will allow Maine to lead on an innovative new technology to convert electric power to green hydrogen. This bill would create a pilot program to drive the development of green hydrogen by waiving state-level distribution charges for up to 2 projects. Footnote here, there's a question at the beginning about whether or not the committee last year passed out a bill that had 2 or 1 projects. The original bill actually had 3 projects that Representative Riley presented. That was reduced to 2 projects when it came out of the committee. The 2 projects we represent here is what came out of the committee last year, just as a starting point. The pilot program would help prove the promise of these projects, which include creating cost-effective support for the electricity grid to facilitate the integration of even more renewable energy, providing an alternative storage mechanism for green energy, and at no incremental cost, put Maine at the forefront of the deployment of this new technology, which we believe will be a very important part of a decarbonized energy system in the years to come. We have an amendment we're proposing today with the hope of making LD9 more reflective of what was passed out of the committee last year. We've socialized this language with various stakeholders prior to this hearing and have taken into consideration the concerns of lawmakers, the governor's office, and stakeholders in the draft. The new language amends the printed bill by, among other things, strengthening the requirements for a pilot project by adding public interest criteria asked for by the committee last year, providing greater clarity to the PUC process by outlining an annual period of applications, adding measures to allow the PUC to screen for project viability, and conforming our definition of the renewable energy we will use to create green hydrogen from renewable energy as defined in the current electricity statute. A couple of comments from other testimony. To be clear, we are not seeking to socialize any interconnection costs. We might have miscommunicated with the PUC. The PUC's testimony suggests that as a concern. As we represented last year to the committee, any incremental cost of interconnecting these facilities, 100% of the incremental costs are paid for by the project. And finally, with regard to other places where this is done, where I think we have the most instructive model is actually in Ontario, where the electrolyzer there is used as a significant part of grid management to facilitate the integration at a very low cost of more renewable energy. I toured that facility a year before last, and it was pretty impressive. Last year, when I was here on a similar bill that was passed out of the committee, I mentioned that Maine's in a unique position to lead on this technology because of our renewable resources are greater than our ability to transmit them. As renewable electric power development has become even more successful in Maine, every means of capturing, storing, and using renewable energy will be essential to meet our climate goals. This bill has become even more relevant to the challenges we face as we decarbonize our system. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. And we will now go to questions from the committee. And I recognize first Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you may indulge me, I have two questions for Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, good morning and thank you for your testimony. A couple of questions, if I may. First of all, if your company, I assume, would be bidding for these projects, were able to be successful in winning those bids, do you have any locations in mind for the facilities? And my second question would be why you don't think that a facility such as this would be viable without receiving project status? Thank you.
We do have locations that would be more than fitting. It's been an interesting thing that's happened over the past year. Last year, I showed this committee a map that showed a couple of points on the system where there was a tremendous amount of electricity that was curtailed in. One of them is Keene Road, and then we also talked about Kimber Road. Kimber Road is basically up by Bingham area. Keene Road is just north of Chester. Since that time, this committee might be aware of Versant's letter to the PUC of a couple of weeks ago, where they have identified congestion in the down east area, where there are several wind projects that have been dispatched into a system, and there's several $100,000 of congestion that's happening there now. We've also had further conversations with utilities about places to put the electrolyzer, and what we're hearing from the planners inside the utilities is the renewable development in Maine has been so successful that there's hardly a place where you couldn't put one and actually support the grid by creating a very predictable load there. And the reason it's important, these particular facilities are able to come up and down, and in the future can actually be dispatched, and this is what happens in Ontario, dispatched by the grid operator to help manage the renewable energy that's coming in. It's a remarkable tool for grid operators to have. So a year ago, Representative Foster, I would have said, there are 2 or 3 great places. Keene Road and Kimber Road were at the top of the list. Today, because of the renewable development, there are more places than I can count on 2 hands. With regard to your second question, any new technology requires some form of carve out in order to get off the ground. We have renewable portfolio standards for renewables, and we have a variety of incentives that we build in energy policy to drive technology in a certain direction. The distribution cost burden in Maine is relatively high. We all know that. As a sparsely populated state, it costs a lot to move electrons around. It tends to be one of the inhibitors for Maine to participate in advancing technology in this way. The way I tend to think about it, this is a but-for analysis. These projects are not likely to occur in Maine without a waiver of the distribution charges. So Maine ratepayers are really out nothing by having them. Renewable developers, grid operators, and people who will use the green hydrogen benefit greatly by having it. I hope that answers your question, Representative.
Great. Seeing no further questions from the committee. Oh, I'm sorry, I do see a question. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Representative Barry. I raised my hand at the very last second, so it wasn't one that you necessarily would have seen. Mr. Adams, thank you very much for your testimony. I was not on the committee last year, so my knowledge curve is a little lower than other people on the committee. But can you talk about some of the uses for the hydrogen? Are there pre-existing places where that hydrogen or where the fuel generated by the electrolyzer could be used currently, or is that something that's going to have to be developed as well?
It's a great question. You know, we talk a lot about energy storage. After I was on the PUC, I was a wind and solar developer, and we were one of the largest wind developers, independent wind developers in New England, and we also worked in Hawaii. We were the largest renewable developer in Hawaii. And I was the chief development officer and spent a lot of time there in the winter. It was wonderful. I highly recommend it. But what we always struggled with on those small systems was how you store electricity. We built 2 of the first real grid scale batteries in the country in Hawaii. And storing electrons is very, very difficult, as we know. I think this committee probably sees at least a dozen bills a year struggling with how to store electricity. The molecule is nature's way of storing energy. Hydrogen is effectively just a way to store and capture the energy that comes from the electricity and hold it for future use. There are a few obvious sources of that energy. First, LDCs like ours can take that hydrogen molecule, combine it with captured carbon molecules, and create natural gas to put into our system. That process is called methanization. There's a methanization pilot program in Golden, Colorado that NREL has built that's working extremely well, that does exactly that. There are also increasingly numbers of gas systems like ours that are injecting hydrogen directly into the gas system. And this is what you're seeing increasingly in Europe. In Europe, the awareness that you need more than just the electric wires to decarbonize the system and you need the pipes has become much greater in the past several years. So there are whole communities that are looking at being built to run purely on green hydrogen. The governor's office spoke about that a minute ago. In addition, there are some utilities that we have toured with and met in Europe that are looking to inject up to 20% of hydrogen into their natural gas systems. So those are the things that we're targeted on, we're focused on. The other uses you'll hear other people talk about is using the hydrogen to some type of a fuel cell technology for trucking and shipping. The shipping industry in particular is really struggling with how to decarbonize its system, and using hydrogen or fuel cell technology is one of the things they're looking at. Trucking hydrogen appears to be a much better long-term decarbonization tool than batteries because of the amount of energy you need to move a truck for long distances. And then finally, hydrogen is used in industrial uses, as is oxygen. One of the things the electrolyzer will produce is oxygen. And those industrial uses include things like the paper industry. So there'll be times when there are green gases that will be required throughout our system, throughout our energy system as we decarbonize ever deeper. But today, now, our focus is on how we can use it in the LDC system, methanization or direct injection. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, could I get a follow-up?
You may.
Thank you. Just methanization is not a process I'm totally familiar with, but you're talking about adding carbon to the hydrogen. So would that make this methanization sort of a carbon negative fuel usage?
It actually is carbon. It's carbon neutral because you are effectively capturing carbon that's already in the system and combining it with your hydrogen. Carbon negative uses like our dairy digester, you're capturing methane, which is a much more potent gas, converting that into effectively converting that into heat, and that's carbon negative. It's carbon neutral as it's currently structured.
Thank you.
I do have a quick question as well, and Mr. Adams, it relates to methane since that's come up a couple of times, and I realize that's not the only clean fuel that you're referring to, but I always have a slight concern around methane because there is leakage, as you know, in parts of our natural gas piping infrastructure, and methane, as you also know, is depending on how you measure it, between 25 and 100 times more potent as a greenhouse gas. So leakage is very much a concern for me in our natural gas system, and methane in particular has that concern for me. So could you speak to leakage a little bit?
Sure. I'm going to start at zero and then sort of build out to where I believe the real issues in the industry are. At zero, Summit Natural Gas's system in Maine is very new, and we do not have any leaks in our system. We leak survey all the time. Occasionally we get a strike because an excavator hits our pipe. Things like that can happen, but we don't have a system that's very leaky. The LDC systems that are leaky that we tend to think of tend to be in cities, by and large, old systems. And there's been a 20-year pipeline replacement program that a lot of LDCs have been driving over the past 20 years to replace those systems. And I can give the committee some information about how the LDC systems, which is the space we're in, have greatly reduced methane leaks over time. And they're on a pathway to reduce it even more. as I believe the committee knows, the natural gas system, particularly the exploration and production part of the system where we get natural gas, tends to be the place where there's most concern. We belong to a group called New Energy Futures, which is designed to create a buyers group for LDCs like ours to give us increasing amount of voice in helping manage upstream emissions and saying who we want to buy from. We want to buy our natural gas from entities that don't have a lot of leaks. We want to buy natural gas from entities that are, doing their production in a way that's environmentally sustainable. So I can provide more information to the committee. It's a concern. The industry has done a lot over the past 20 years. There's clearly a lot more to do, and it's certainly a pretty big priority of ours.
Thank you very much. And I don't think there are any other questions. Yes, no, I see Representative Grahowski.
Thank you. I'm so embarrassed to admit to this technologically savvy committee that the raise hand function for me is just entirely gone. Okay, thanks, Chris. Representative Kessler. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I just have a quick question. I seem to recall from our discussion last year that location was important as relates to the existing natural gas pipelines. Can you speak to that a little bit, or is that no longer an issue based on what you were saying about transportation still being efficient?
It can be, and thanks for raising that question. You have a great memory. If you're going to be injecting large quantities of hydrogen into a system, does anybody else have a COVID puppy? I have a COVID puppy, and mine is right here, right now, and she would like to join the committee, Mr. Chairman.
This is a dog-friendly committee, and we'll introduce you to some of the other committee dogs at some point.
That would be great. That'd be great. So it does. If you're creating a lot of hydrogen and your point is direct injection, the bigger pipe you can be on, the more you can dilute it with the other fuel that's in the pipe, the more you can take. So I think there's certainly an advantage to be close to an interstate pipeline, but I don't think it's necessary. I'll go off script a little bit. My take is that technologies like these will be heavily small d democratized, meaning 5, 10 megawatt projects, maybe even 2 megawatt projects located where there's a lot of solar in a community, for instance, like Belfast, and then helping support the fuel usage there with a greener fuel in that community is probably where technology like this is going. It scales. You can make a 100 megawatt electrolyzer. There's no reason you can't. But it also can fit in a very, very small place. And given how solar is developing in a small d democratized way and a lot of small projects everywhere, I think that's more likely what we see going forward. That said, this is one technology. Maine has an opportunity to be at the forefront of it, but there's a lot we still don't know, which is why we're calling these pilot projects.
Great. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you very much for your testimony. And we will proceed now to testimony in opposition. The first witness will be Ms. Deb Hart from the Dirigo Electric Cooperative. And welcome. You have the floor or the screen. And yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, but your voice is most important. Oh, now we can see you as well.
Now you
Great.
can see me. Sorry about that, and I will apologize ahead of time. I had trouble getting my testimony in earlier, and I got dumped out of a committee the other day, so I was a little reluctant to get out of this computer and try to get back in.
No problem. You can submit afterwards.
Okay. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the EUT committee, my name is Deb Hart. I'm a resident of Manchester, Maine, and I own Hart Public Policy. I'm testifying in partial opposition to LD9 on behalf of the Dirigo Electric Cooperative Companies. To sum it up pretty quickly, we believe that these pilot projects are probably better positioned in an investor-owned utility just because of their size. And in my testimony, I've given you kind of a size parameters of what the COUs are. And we just feel that there could be an impact Holton's entire load is around 20 megawatts. Madison's is 5 with 2 megawatts for the backyard greenhouse facility. Eastern Maine Electric has a total of approximately 3 megawatts in their northern territory and another 16 in the southern part. KLPD has a total of 22 megawatts, and Fox Island has 5 megawatts of generation, but its peak is about 2 megawatts. And again, respectfully, because of the size of these utilities, we think that if you're going to do a pilot, it probably would be good to start it in an IOU territory. I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. And our clerk has informed me that we do have your testimony in our inbox. It was sent this morning. So thank you for submitting it.
Well,
and
Ben was very helpful in getting it to you.
great. And just as an aside, you know, I mentioned the 5 p.m. deadline the night before. I'd strongly encourage that for all members of the public, but it is sometimes possible to reach our clerk beforehand. So we'll do our best to honor late entries. I think for this morning's purpose, we just have 2 more after you. So let me see if there are any questions from the committee. And if not, I have one. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Representative Foster, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hart, for your testimony and being here this morning. My question, well, I guess I would ask if you could elaborate just a little bit with a little more detail on why the smaller companies that you represent would discourage having a project such as this put in one of their areas. Thank you.
I don't think that I think that their concern is we don't know how it would impact the rest of their load. We just think that if you're going to do a pilot project, instead of putting it in a very small service territory, you might want to try it out with the bigger guys. I'm not sure that that totally answers your question, but.
Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe so. In other words, it's just the load that the project would actually put on that particular district.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. And my question was along the same lines. It really is a function of size and not business structure or business model. Is that correct? And it sounds like that your introduction to this committee spoke to that concern a little bit as well. I think, as you know, I've been interested in shifting to size as a threshold for some of the exemptions we provide. So would you say that it really is about size in this instance?
It is, and I actually just did some testimony in another bill that you'll be hearing, and I brought up the size that was brought up in the last session to, you know, to just sort of respect the fact that these are small utilities. They're, you know, they're just different. Their whole purpose is looking at the cost to their consumers who are their owners. And again, it's not that they're trying to push away a project. They're just saying that if you're going to do a pilot program of up to 10 megawatts, probably it would be better to do that in a larger utility district territory.
Thank you very much.
And I will not be late again.
No problem. This worked out just fine. I'm sure we'll have greater technological difficulties before the day is over, knowing at least as long as I'm chair. So any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we will proceed to the next witness, Mr. Hudson from IECG. The Industrial Energy Consumer Group is recognized to deliver his testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Barry, Chairman Lawrence, members of the committee. My name is Stephen Hudson. I'm a partner with the Purdy Flaherty Law Firm. I represent the Industrial Energy Consumer Group today. They are a trade association of Maine's largest energy consumers that have worked for more than 2 decades on issues on energy policy that affect costs to Maine ratepayers. We had worked on the committee amendment on this bill, which was LD 2017 last session with the proponents. Our focus was to reduce risks to ratepayers. This committee, I would note in passing that it did enact forward to the legislature to enact substantial legislation during the 129th to move Maine towards a clean energy economy. And while that is an important goal and one that we support, no one can say that the legislation was passed without cost to ratepayers. There may be debate about how much cost, but we know that the PUC has issued at least one report forecasting cost increases of 20% simply as a result of changes to net energy billing. I think that's going to get examined more closely later. We've had discussions with Summit about this bill. LD9 is different than the committee amendment on LD 2017 last session. And I think you could, at work session, you could explore why that's different. There are two items missing from LD9 in our perspective. The proposed public interest test bears too great a risk. It prohibits these projects from imposing substantial costs. We have, in the amendment we circulated this morning, we've suggested insignificant costs, which we think is a significant, which from our perspective is a compromise from our original request that these projects be found to benefit ratepayers. We are trying to cooperate with Summit and other proponents to get this bill passed. We agree that there has been substantial interest worldwide about the green hydrogen economy. If you just follow the trade press, even shallowly, you're going to find a lot of projects being proposed around the country, especially including in Europe. So we think that there is some opportunity there. We think that I would agree with Mr. Adams that hydrogen fuel cell technology appears to me to be the best for Maine's trucking fleets, whether they're for paper mills or other large manufacturers. And so we think that there's some room for this, but we also think that there needs to be consumer protection. We think I think we've heard that there is no intent to impose any costs, any incremental costs on consumers. The bill doesn't exactly say that directly. We would be open to working on language that would ensure that's the case. We understand that there are some exemptions that is proposed that would not impose additional costs on ratepayers. Just in passing, I would note that if these projects could qualify as Pine Tree Zone companies, they could receive, among other benefits, one of the exemptions proposed in this bill, which is the exemption from renewable portfolio standard requirements. Finally, the application process language is pretty unique in this case. We think it's better practice to have a competitive process. We have no problem if Summit is the only one to respond to an RFP. That's not their fault that no one else, that others passed, and we think that they should be allowed to proceed if they're the only one. But we do think it should be clear that the process is open to all qualified parties so that Maine gets the best possible deal. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions. I look forward to continued discussions with bill proponents between now and the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any questions? And I do see a hand up from our clerk, which I suspect is not a question for the witness.
It actually
But
somewhat
Ben?
is. I just wanted to clarify for committee members that you received 2 proposed amendments electronically, and I'm under the impression that Mr. Hudson's is the one that will be submitted for public record, and the other one is to be disregarded. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes, the one that we submitted through the system, I think, Ben, is the one that should be considered. I apologize again that was not sent out before 5 o'clock last night, but I think the committee should be aware that the discussions with Summit and IECG went well into the night last night and resumed early this morning. And so we were trying to make, I think both sides were trying to make good faith efforts to reach a conclusion so that the committee would have our combined suggestions.
Great. Just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yep.
Thank you for that clarification to both of you. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hudson. And the chair will now recognize Mr. Garrett Corbin for the Public Utilities Commission. Welcome.
Hi, thanks so much. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, honorable members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Garrett Corbin. I am the legislative liaison for the Maine Public Utilities Commission, and it's a pleasure to be testifying before you for the first time this session. The commission is testifying today neither for nor against LD9, an act to promote renewable energy by authorizing a power-to-fuel pilot program. To summarize, this legislation requires the commission to establish a pilot program and approve what are being called power-to-fuel projects that convert electricity from renewable energy sources to hydrogen gas, methane gas, or other fuel types. LD9 directs the commission to approve up to 2 projects with a capacity limit of 10 megawatts for each project, as has been discussed. The act also contains exemptions from electricity delivery charges and the state's renewable portfolio requirements that would otherwise apply to qualifying projects. It's also the commission's understanding that an important goal of this legislation is to make use of renewable power that might not otherwise be generated as part of a power to fuel project. Beyond these summary observations, we'd like to offer some more detail for your consideration. First, regarding a few technical clarifications to the bill's language that might be helpful, and then also painting a picture of this project's operation within the context of Maine's existing laws, rules, and policies. In terms of the legislative guidance and clarification, the Commission suggests the committee consider adding some additional guidance to the requirements for projects to qualify for the program. First, the Act specifies that the facility converts renewable energy to fuel, and it would be helpful for the Act to provide greater clarity. If the intent is for only renewable energy to be used by the power to fuel facility, the committee may want to clarify that in the Act, as has been brought up earlier too. It sounds like some clarification regarding the intent on interconnection costs will be useful. If the facility is intended to only make use of renewable generation that would otherwise be curtailed or not generated, that might also be helpful to state expressly. And the committee might also want to clarify whether there needs to be a direct connection between the renewable generator and the power to fuel facility. Second, the Act also states that between January 1st of next year and December 31st of 2027, the Commission shall approve, it's a requirement, up to 2 power to fuel projects under the program. And so the committee, we were suggesting, might want to clarify whether the Commission is required to approve those projects regardless of the degree to which they promote the policies of the Act or result in cost to ratepayers. And it sounds like the that 2 facility limit is or requirement is modified in the amendment. So of course it would be helpful if the intent's for the Commission to have discretion not to approve projects, having some guidance on what level is acceptable would make sense. And then moving on to just the second main observation, we note the Act specifies that for at least 15 years after the project becomes operational, sales of electricity to a power to fuel project are exempt from all utility distribution charges regulated by the Commission, charges associated with procurement of energy efficiency resources, and RPS requirements, renewable portfolio standards. So on the first one, providing electric service to the new project might result in incremental cost to a T&D utility. And again, that's something that has been mentioned by previous testimony. It sounds like the intent was to avoid interconnection costs. And so maybe that can be clarified because under the Commission's rules, a new customer would pay for the line extensions, but under the Act, the project looked to us like it would be exempt from paying those costs, and that could result in costs incurred by the ratepayer via the utility. The exemption from paying other distribution charges, the volumetric and demand charges, would not result in lost revenue to the utility if the power to fuel project was not developed with a total exemption from all those utility distribution charges for a 15-year period. The committee might want to evaluate whether a total exemption for 15 years is necessary for development of a project or whether a smaller exemption might be sufficient to enable development. We'd also note that utilities have negotiated special rate contracts under which services provided to particular customers at discounted rates when necessary to keep an existing customer from curtailing or ceasing its operations, or to enable a new customer to locate and operate in the utility service territory. So the committee might want to consider an approach where the utility negotiates a special rate contract that's more narrowly tailored. And then just a technical point regarding the energy efficiency charge exemption. The Act refers to charges associated with procurement of energy efficiency resources by T&D utilities under Title 35A, Section 10110, subsection 4A. The Commission notes that this statute refers to the funding of the efficiency main trust programs through charges included in the utility rates. And because the Act already exempts T&D charges regulated by the Commission, that provision in the Act might be unnecessary. And then finally, we'd just like to provide some information regarding the RPS requirements under the Act. Competitive electricity provider, known as a CEP, who provides retail electricity supply service to the Power to Fuel project, would not have to comply with the state's renewable portfolio standard requirement. That's the requirement that retail suppliers purchase renewable energy credits, RECs, at certain percentages of the load served. While on the one hand, this would have the effect of lowering the cost of electricity supply to the Power to Fuel project, an exemption from RPS requirements could, on the other hand, be considered inconsistent with the state's general renewable energy policy that specified percentages of supply provided to retail customers come from renewable power. This exemption also appears to be inconsistent with the premise that qualifying facilities be fueled by renewable power. Unless a facility purchases RECs equivalent to its load, it cannot be said to be converting renewable energy to fuel. So those are some of the points we thought would be important for you to consider, and myself and my colleagues at the Commission will be happy to provide any additional information that would be of assistance to you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Are there any questions for the Public Utilities Commission at this time from the committee? And we'll go first to Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being present and your testimony, which brings even more light to the simpleness of this bill, straightforwardness of this bill. I thank you for all the details you brought forward on what is actually its complexity. I know this may be difficult from what you've said. I don't think the PUC has a good handle on what they will be, but currently from the PUC's last report, there are 6 approved projects with project status that the PUC has on the books. Currently, their expense for the ratepayers is above market cost, approximately $15 million. I would appreciate it if before the work session or for the first work session, you could bring at least some estimate of what the PUC would see as potential cost to ratepayers for these 2 projects. Keeping in mind that although I think in some past bills that were approved through the legislative process, the PUC may have brought some reluctance to us on being able to speculate on what the cost might be. We found later that the PUC actually had to reject bids, for instance, for the solar because of the very large expense that it would have brought to the ratepayers under the current statute. So I would appreciate it if you can do your best to narrow down what the PUC might see as a, say, low and high expense to the ratepayers for this proposed legislation. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you, Representative Foster. Yeah, that's a fair inquiry. I think without the details of the specific project, the size, usage, voltage, that might be difficult to estimate with specificity. So a range, as you suggested, something maybe we could get you some figures for a few different types of scenarios.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin.
If I could follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Thank you. With that in mind, then it would seem that the point you made about allowing the PUC some ability to decide whether the project that is proposed through the bid process is beneficial enough or too expensive, if you will, for the ratepayers and not approve those bids, would seem like that would be a necessity to keep these projects within line and protect the ratepayers. Is that what you would say you were trying to say with that particular point in your testimony? Thank you.
We were trying to respectfully suggest that, yeah, flexibility for the commission representative would be could be useful to that end.
Great, thank you, Mr. Corbin. Other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, that is the end of the list of those wishing to testify that I am in possession of. So with that, just a reminder to anyone watching or listening in, you are welcome to submit written testimony at any time on the legislature's website. We thank the sponsor, we thank the participants in this public hearing, and we will schedule a work session on this bill in the coming weeks. And with that, I will conclude this work session and turn it back to my co-chair, Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Representative Berry, and I'm very envious of your gavel. I haven't made it out to my law office in a day, so I haven't had a chance to get my gavel.
Could you send Skeet up here to fetch one? Because I have an extra.
I don't think it would make it here without many any chew marks on it. That's the only problem. So we are now, and this happens all the time in the legislative process. You know, we put this bill on thinking it was going to be a simple one, and that's the biggest mistake any legislator can make, to say this is a simple bill, because it's a guarantee that it will not be a simple bill. So we're a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. We have plenty of time today. I'm just going to ask Mr. Hobbins, we are scheduled for a break at 1:15, but I'm more than willing to take you now to do your presentation, take the break after, or do you want us to break and then go to you? Barry, are you on?
Should take a break. He can't hear you yet.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, Barry, I was just mentioning we're about a half an hour behind on the schedule. So we had scheduled for you to present for 45 minutes, and we were scheduled to take a break at 10:15. I'm offering you, we can break now and then have you present at 10:30, or you can do your presentation now. Which would you prefer?
Well, Senator Lawrence, I understand legislative time and how it differs from Eastern Daylight Time. And so I would like to forego testimony now, and you can take a break.
Okay, so we'll be back on our regular schedule at 10:30. I'd ask members to mute themselves, and to all the stakeholder introductions, there's going to be a 45-minute delay on that. So we will work to get through you as well as we can in the afternoon, and we'll just update you on the schedule and how it's going. So if everybody could mute and stop your video, and we'll see you all at 10:30. So if committee members can hear me, we'll slowly get back on. Okay, I see Representative Foster joining us again. I'll wait till we get a few more people back on. Representative Ziegler.
Ben, can you enable my video again, please? Or make me a host.
Senator Carlo.
Thank you.
And I do have to apologize publicly to Representative Carlo. I tried to merge Representative Cuddy and Representative Carlo into one representative, calling him Representative Cudlow.
That would save some time during intros.
I thought I heard that, but I was like, nah, you made that up, Nicole.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need one more back online and then we'll be ready to go. Representative Grignon, if you're there, or Senator Stewart. There we go, Representative Kessler. Good. So it looks like we have 7 back online, so I'm going to start back up again. And just a procedural note, we are running a little bit behind, which is not a problem today. And I appreciate Barry Hobbins' willingness to give us a break, and we'll go through his presentation. And then we will go right into the stakeholders, interested parties presentation. And if you recall, everyone has 3 minutes to present. And it looks like we have about 31 today. There are some more who have asked to be added. So if it looks we get up to 12:30, what we'll do is just stop it for lunch at that point and come back probably about 1:30 or thereabouts. Finish up with those people before we hear from CMP and David Flanagan. So that's the plan for today. Are there any questions before I recognize Mr. Hobbins? Okay, we are now back in our out of public hearing and back in our informational sessions. And this is part of the informational and educational part of our, at the start of the session, of our learning from various groups. And we have the pleasure today to hear from somebody who's going to be testifying before us a lot, the public advocate. So I'll turn it over to Barry Hobbins from the Office of the Public Advocate. Barry?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence and Chairman Barry and members of who are returning members and the new members of the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. My name is Barry Hobbins and I am the public advocate and have served in such capacity since June of 2017. As some of you know, and for those who do not, I have a long history with this committee, having served both as Senate and House chairs of this committee. As public advocate, I enjoyed working with the EUT committee during the 128th second session, as well as all of the 129th session. And I look forward to working with you in the upcoming session. It is my pleasure to speak briefly to you, and I'm going to try to make it brief as I can. I would suggest maybe if you have questions, we can do that at another time. I know the constraints that you have, if that's okay with everyone, I'll be free to come back at some point. The Office of the Public Advocate was created in 1981 and is part of the Executive Department of the state of Maine. The Public Advocate is appointed by the governor and is subject to review by this committee and is further subject to confirmation by the Maine State Senate. Currently, the Office of the Public Advocate has 9 employees consisting of myself, the Public Advocate, the Deputy Public Advocate, 3 senior council members, an economic analyst, a consumer advisor, and a position is called Business Services / Senior Assistant to the Public Advocate. And last but not least, a Special Assistant to the Public Advocate, which is set forth in the organizational chart that follows. It is a statutorily mandated that the Office of the Public Advocate prepare and submit to the governor and this joint committee an annual report on or before September 1st. This annual report provides overview of the office work for the prior year. Should you have any questions about the last report or would like additional copies, please let me know and we will provide them to you. During the past year, the Office of the Public Advocate has been active in 118 proceedings at the Public Utilities Commission and 12 proceedings at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, known as FERC. The office has continued its legislative involvement and will continue to make and attend most of the public hearings, work sessions, language reviews, and testifying on legislation affecting Maine utility customers before legislative committees. The OPA's primary responsibility is to represent the interest of Maine utility consumers. Our attorneys and staff advocate for rates, services, and practices to benefit residential customers in the state and regional forums, as well as to provide information and advice to ratepayers. The office has pursued its mission for the past 39 years and has earned the respect of customers in the regulated utilities. While there is a variety of ways to measure the success of this office, the most easily understood is money saved for the utility consumers. Advocacy by the OPA, including fiscal year 2020, brings the OPA 39-year savings total to more than $925,576,871.90. And you can see on page 38 of our annual report, a report about the cumulative savings comparisons. The office is funded by a surcharge, not the general fund, on entities subject to public jurisdiction, PUC jurisdiction. Costs are allocated by each industry: electric, ferry, gas, telecommunications, and water, based on the staff hours worked and expenditures from the previous year. The OPA's original approved budget for the fiscal year 2019 and 2020 regulatory fund was $2,437,037. And this make reference to the statewide fiscal order, financial order 000269 for your review. The OPA has continued to participate and monitor the New England Energy Connect, NECIC. By continuing to be involved, the OPA's participation is to ensure that it provides benefits to Maine ratepayers and that Maine ratepayers are not adversely affected by CMP's pursuit of the project. The second session of the Maine legislature, as you know, adjourned sine die, which for those who don't know Latin, it's with no appointed day of resumption. Many bills that were left in jeopardy by this adjournment, and it is really the hope of the OPA that they will be properly addressed in this session. The OPA appears before the EUT committee during the second second regular session of the legislature in the 129th session, and testified at public hearings as well as working with the committee during work sessions and language reviews. More information can be found in the legislative advocacy section of the 2020 annual report. The OPA participated in several stakeholder groups in meetings, including the study of a continued exploration of transmission and reliability and rate stability in northern Maine, economic, environmental, and energy benefits of energy storage in the electrical industry and transmission solutions, which will enable us to go forward and to convene a working group to that effect. It's been a pleasure to work with Senator Trey Stewart on the stakeholder group that was established. In addition, the OPA also attends proceedings at the Public Utilities Commission, including investigations into utility low-income assistance programs, pole attachments, and the reform of that process, and most recently, the investigation into the metering, billing, and customer communications pursuant to and pertaining to Central Maine Power Company. The OPA has also been active and very actively involved in the Maine Telecommunications Relay Council for many years. This council is responsible for the oversight and management of relay services, which allow Maine residents who are deaf, hard of hearing, or late deafened to obtain telecommunications services on an equal basis as hearing residents. Our office also intervenes in cases before the Federal Regulatory Commission, as I mentioned before, known as FERC, the federal agency that oversees wholesale electricity markets, interstate electricity transmission, and interstate gas transmission in the Federal Communications System and Federal Communications Commission, known as the FCC. That agency regulates the interstate communications by radio, TV, wire, satellite, and cable. We are also involved actively as a customer representative in the stakeholder process of ISO New England. ISO New England is the regional electric transmission grid operator. The OPA and its staff actively participates in this and many other groups in association with a group called Consumer Liaison Group. It's known as CLG. Also, we participate in the E4 group, which is the Transmission Planning and Cost Allocation Group, along with the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates, known as NASUCA. New England Power Pool, known as NEPOOL, is also, we also have participation in, as well as the Northern Maine Independence System Administrator, which is known as MNIA. And of course, the Maine Telecommunications Relay Council, which I mentioned earlier in my remarks. The office also participates in several stakeholder groups, such as AARP, the Community Actions Agencies, Efficiency Maine, the Maine State Housing Authority, Maine Equal Justice Partners, and work very closely with the Governor's Energy Office and also with various environmental groups. In addition, and due to my prior telecommunications experience, I was honored to be reappointed by the chair of the FCC to serve as a member representing NASUCA on the North American Numbering Council, known as NANCY. The EUT committee notified the OPA on May 1st of 2019 of their intention to review the office in accordance with the schedule and process established by the Government Evaluation Act, known as GEA. The GEA is an additional process put in place to aid the legislature with the duty in serving as a check and balance on those who administer the laws of the state. The OPA was directed to prepare a program evaluation report, which was due November 1st, 2019, and was submitted electronically on that date. On February 12th, the OPA appeared before this committee and presented this report and answered questions that the committee members had. And finally, on February 27th, the EUT committee issued a letter addressed to the Honorable Troy Jackson, President of the Maine Senate, and the Honorable Sarah Gideon, the Speaker of the House, stating that the committee found that the Office of the Public Advocate is operating within its statutory authority. The program evaluation report for the Public Advocate can be found on our website. In 2019, the legislature passed a law to implement cost-effective alternatives, referred to as non-wires alternatives, NWA. The NWAs are electrical utility systems in investments in operating and practices that can differ and can be deferred or replaced the need of specific transmission costs by reliably reducing transmission congestion or distribution systems and constraints at times of maximum demand in specific grid areas. Now, this law that came into effect ordered the OPA to contract with an NWA coordinator to review utility proposals for significant wires projects, investments, and determine whether or not these investments could be avoided through the use of what is known as a cost-effective NWA OPA process. OPA, through a competitive bid process in an RFP process, selected DNVGL Energy's Insight USA as the coordinator in December of 2019. Once selected, the DNVGL began coordination with the OPA and Efficiency Maine Trust to carry out the in-depth investigations and analysis of NWAs as required by law. For fiscal year 2019 to 2020, the OPA established a non-wires alternative coordination fund, which has a budget of $800,000 for this project. This money, again, is a surcharge and not from the general fund. And the process can be looked at, if you would, in the electricity section of our annual report. The OPA continues to assist and provide assistance to consumers regarding their utility bills and issues relating to utilities, as well as to provide help navigating through the Consumer Assistance Division, which was established at the PUC. The OPA also works towards providing support for the development of programs that help to maximize savings at a lower cost. The public utilities and the public advocate, when taking a position in a proceeding, exercises independent judgment. When representing the interests of consumers, priority is given to low-income customers, residential consumers, small business consumers, and others we feel are inadequately represented. The OPA has a fiscal year continued, and during this past fiscal year, continued to provide legislators, stakeholders, and other interested parties a bi-weekly newsletter providing an update of the recent efforts of the OPA. Representing the interests of the OPA, I spent as a member for the last year of the Maine Climate Council Energy Working Group. This working group was formed to evaluate and recommend short and long-term mitigation strategies to reduce gross net annual greenhouse emissions from Maine's energy sector, and also to recommend and evaluate strategic actions with regard to climate change. This past year brought several staff changes to the OPA's office. Andrew Landry joined the OPA as Deputy Public Advocate at the end of 2019 after the retirement of our deputy. Drew brought to our office over 30 years of utility law experience, and it's been invaluable to our office. The OPA reinstated the prior position of economic analyst, which we were fortunate after interviews to have Paul LaParullo, CFA, fill in that position in December of 2019. We also welcomed Susan Chamberlain, the former consumer advocate of New Hampshire, and Nanette Audrey, former chief legal counsel of the Maine Revenue Services, and most recently, Christina Dowdy, to fill the senior positions vacated by staff members who went onto positions at the PUC. These additions of the OPA staff have been proven to be invaluable. I urge you to visit the OPA website to review the staff page on that website. It goes without saying that the coronavirus disease of 2019 has affected all of us. On St. Patrick's Day, March 17th of 2020, and this present date, the OPA's physical office location is open to staff only. The office, though, remains available to the public by telephone and by email. We have worked very closely with the Bureau of Human Resources to make sure the OPA is following state guidelines, and will continue to reevaluate to see when it will be safe to lift these restrictions. I would like to thank both the BHR and Governor Mills, along with their staffs, for their assistance and leadership during this unprecedented time. My sincere appreciation also goes to the staff of the OPA. Between a combination of remotely working from home and limited staffing in the office during limited times, they have performed over and above during these challenging times. Simply put, they have not skipped a beat. I express my gratitude to them. The OPA consistently works to make ratepayers aware of what the office does on an ongoing basis and how they can assist the ratepayers in the state. We are currently working on plans to increase the level of assistance we provide and look forward to implementing these plans in the coming fiscal year. I, along with my staff of the Office of the Public Advocate, are pleased and we're honored to work on behalf of Maine consumers and to represent their interests before the Maine Public Utilities Commission, the Maine Legislature, federal and state courts, and federal agencies. We look forward to continue on our mission, and we hope we can assist you during this upcoming session. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide those remarks. I'm sorry if they were too long, but I thought it was very important for you to know, especially the new members, what our agency does. And I look forward to working with all of you, new and former members of the committee. Thank you.
No, that was great, Barry. In fact, you put us now, made up a little time, so we appreciate that. And we are a close-knit group. I do have to disclose, Barry was my first employer, both in a political job and a legal job many, many years ago, almost in another lifetime.
Yeah, we won't say how many years that was.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you, Senator.
Any questions for Mr. Hobbins? Yes, Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Hobbins. It is great to see you, my friend.
No, Senator, it's good to see you in the Senate. I'm sure that you're missed in the House, though.
I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. The question I have, and I'm not sure how involved, if at all, your office may be in this, but I suspect, particularly given the propensity to represent low-income ratepayers, is around the CARES Act and the latest rendition that passed through Congress. I believe it was December, off the top of my head. And I recall that there was funding in that for low income ratepayers to help offset with utility bills, similar to what they were working on and was administered locally through Maine Housing.
Yes.
On the rental assistance program. So I spoke briefly with Maine State Housing a week or two ago at this point, and there wasn't really an update on if anything was happening with that funding yet. So I'm wondering if your office, if you know anything about that, if there would be a way, if it's still not, being deployed, if there's a way to hopefully spur that on, if there's anything we can do to help with that.
We don't have any decision-making in that process. However, we advocate for those type of programs. But in Maine, I can tell you that the last sale of Emera to NMAX, we were able to, because of this committee, we were able to provide community benefits for low-income individuals, which was not the case. The standard was do no harm. And what we're saying is there has to be a community benefit if you're going to have a transfer of title, ownership, or exercise any type of proprietary interest. And that's what we did. Fortunately, through the efforts, I'm going to give you a shout out to Representative Grochowski, who was very instrumental. In fact, during that process, intervened in the process at the end. And because of her persuasion and skill, she was able to work with our office to advocate and promote part of a $45 million package at the time of transfer to ownership from Mera to NMAX, $5 million extra, which came from, ironically, Emera. We basically put a little exit fee on their proposed transfer. And that alone meant $350 to individuals who qualify for LIHEAP. And we've so far have, I believe, distributed through the Maine State Housing Authority and through their cooperation, $3.8 million. And we have an extra $1.2 million to go through this fiscal year. And I just want to tell you that it was a very big coup for ratepayers in the state of Maine, low-income ratepayers. And it would not have happened but for the change of law of this committee and the efforts of other members of this committee and the chairs of the committee, along with Senator Grochowski. So I look forward to maybe doing the same thing this session, and we'll see what happens.
I know Senator Grochowski appreciates that appointment to the new position in the legislature. I'll go to Representative Berry at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hobbins. My question for you actually pertains to your role, but in general, but also to our proceedings this afternoon. One of the latest concerns that we'll be looking at that has come up very recently, as you know, around interconnection for new renewables projects in the CMP territory. And as my co-chair mentioned, we do intend to have Mr. Flanagan appear before us this afternoon. I think that the generators will also be somewhat represented, but I'm conscious as well that the interests of customers, ratepayers, are the third leg of that stool. And we certainly want to hear from the utilities and from the generators, but I think it's important that we hear from someone representing consumers as well. So I wonder if you or someone from your office, perhaps Mr. Landry, could be available in case the committee has questions for you this afternoon around 2.
Yes, I'll be available. Drew is recovering from a surgery, so I don't know whether he's up to even though he diligently works when he's in recovery from the surgery. I will say this, Representative Berry, the governor was you should commend the governor for taking a proactive approach. Nothing against CMP. You know, they obviously weren't happy with me in the aggressive approach my office took with billing, metering, and in the consumer issues, which led to a major settlement. But I thought they were on a better track. Fortunately, David Flanagan was hired along with the present president of the company. I thought there was a lot of change happening. So they've been working with us in the non-wires alternative process. It's been a tedious process, and we have found common ground on some issues. But having said that, the fact that contracts were entered into and agreed to and then withdrawn is not a good way to run a railroad. It's not good in the private sector. It's not good in the public sector. And I hope that issue can be resolved, because this idea of renewable energy when it comes to solar energy is one of the tools in the kit that the Climate Council is looking to for the future. And this, I hope it's just a small inadvertent error, but I'll be watching, and our office will be, when asked or even not asked, will be involved in that process. But I will say that I'm disappointed that this has happened, and I'm going to give them a small benefit of the doubt, and we'll see what happens with their discussion of the issue.
Thank you.
We're not going to let them off the hook.
Thank you very much. Great.
Do you have any follow-up, Representative Berry?
I do have a question I'll reserve for this afternoon that the public advocate may want to weigh in on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions for Barry Hobbins? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to ask this, but seeing how we're asking questions, I will ask it now. Thank you, Mr. Hobbins, for your testimony. It's good to see you again. I have had something that's kind of been bugging me for a while now, since PUC report that they were not going to award contracts nor continue to pursue contracts for the Part B of LD 1711, otherwise known as the Dow Solar Bill. As I recall, in the late evening hours, when we discussed the bill at the end of that last session, you were very much in support of the bill, and there were myself and others asked what your feelings were about concerns for increased costs to ratepayers. I'm wondering what your thoughts were when you found that the PUC had projected potential costs of 160 million additional cost to ratepayers, and when they basically decided not to go forward with the bids that were put in, what your office, how you looked at that, and what comment you might have. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think the concept is a very good concept of community solar. Our office did support it. One of the problems with reports that come out of agencies is that sometimes they don't tell both sides of the story. the other side of the story is that in the long run, it will be better to have a carbon-free footprint. It will be to save the ratepayers money in the long run. If we did everything short term, my office would oppose, if we were mandated to, we'd oppose every bill, because every bill has some type of benefit. And quite frankly, that was a good benefit. We are putting in a bill, though, to make sure that the competitive energy providers that come from the solar industry are held to the same standard as we do for companies that are part of the standard offer. Because right now there's no sanctions. The Public Utilities Commission does not have authority, to be honest with you, unless there's legislation and corrective legislation. Your committee can change that, which I think will improve the bill. That way, those who are calling are basically under the guise and the ears and eyes of the Public Utilities Commission and also the Office of the Public Advocate. I know that we disagreed a little bit sometimes, Representative Foster, but I believe all your arguments are cogent, but I just think we disagree in the long-term effect versus the short-term effect, but I do respect your judgment.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Barry.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Okay, we're now going on to our stakeholder presentations. And these are the 3-minute presentations by interested parties who just want to come by, introduce themselves to our committee. So we have a chance to put a name with a face as we see them. So Ben, are you, as we speak, loading people in? I have David Butler as the first one. I think Sharon Klein, because of the delay, has to do it a little bit later. Excuse me, David Barber of Tyson. So David, you can go ahead and introduce yourself. And you may have to unmute yourself for us to see you, to hear you.
He may not be back yet, so I will leave him in the room. Do you want to proceed to the next person?
Okay, I think the next person, yes. When I see her come up here.
Oh,
David Barber is there.
I think so. Oh, and he may have just left, but Miss Reinhold is here, and I will make her a co-host.
So we'll go to Lizzie Reinhold and then David Barber just after that. So Lizzie Reinhold is from Summit Natural Gas. Lizzie?
You guys didn't get enough of us earlier today. So Lizzie Reinhold, Senior Director of Sustainability and Corporate Affairs at Summit Natural Gas of Maine. Really excited to be here with you today and excited for the work the committee will be doing this session. A little background on Summit. Summit is a natural gas utility company that operates in the Kennebec Valley and Cumberland, Falmouth, and Yarmouth. I should note, last week we announced that we are actually planning an expansion project to the mid-coast of Maine, so from Belfast to Thomaston, with the hope of bringing natural gas access to homes and businesses and industrial companies along that route. That is a $90 million investment that we'll be working on that construction project over 5 years. And because of many of the commercial and industrial customers, along with the opportunity to be converting folks from oil to natural gas, there's a huge potential for emissions reduction, particularly in getting industrial customers who, as you know, pose a problem as we're working to meet our emissions reduction goals. Getting them onto a cleaner fuel source while still being able to maintain their daily operations is a great opportunity. As far as Summit goes, we are a company that first and foremost, put safety in the forefront of everything we do, right? We're a utility, we're an operator, and we like to make sure that we maintain safety and reliability for our customers, that we do a lot of outreach to our communities and communicate with them about safety. But in addition to that, while we're doing our day-to-day work, we're also always looking forward at how do we continue to push the envelope on our system. And I know Chairman Barry this morning asked our CEO, Kurt Adams, about methane emissions. As a company, we're working hard at maintaining our system and keeping our methane emissions to a minimum, and working on really trying to push towards a net zero emissions reduction goal with our scope 1 emissions. So that's our emissions from our pipeline. But in addition to that, we're always looking at how do we innovate our system and our pipeline network to really help the state achieve our emissions reduction goals. And with that comes innovating and bringing onto our system low carbon fuels, carbon beneficial fuels like renewable natural gas and green hydrogen. So you heard from us today about green hydrogen, and there is another bill that's submitted this session that we've been working on with other utilities in the state that's focused on renewable natural gas. As you know, in 2019, Summit started one of the first in the nation voluntary renewable natural gas programs for our customers, where they could match a portion of their bill with renewable natural gas to offset their emissions. In addition, we're working on building a natural gas digester in Clinton, Maine, that would bring together a bunch of different dairy farms to capture the methane from their dairy production facility and use that to actually clean it and heat people's homes and power industry. We continue to push the envelope on that legislation on that front, and continue to pursue legislation to keep enabling us to decarbonize our fuels, just as we've decarbonized our electric system. To us, we see a real partnership between policymakers and regulators that just as we created a structure for our electric utilities, we need to begin creating a structure for our pipeline systems to really help achieve our emissions reduction goals as a state. So I'm excited to be before you today, excited to talk to you all more about that innovation and the work that we're doing and opportunities to continue to push the envelope on reducing the emissions and continue to lead the nation on these awesome opportunities. And with that, I will wrap up and try to help keep you guys on time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we are now back to David Barber. I think you got your technical issues worked out, David, so go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee. My name is David Barber. Sorry about the technical issues, but I had two things going on and I didn't want to mess it up, so it unfortunately messed up. So I am the former chair and two-term member of Efficiency Maine Trust. And I'm also the former president and CEO of Barber Foods in Portland. And believe it or not, after 10 years of our sale, I'm still employed by Tyson Foods in the area of business development. So energy has always been very important to me. We use a lot of it, both in terms of electrical and in gas. And it's very exciting. I was able to listen to some of the other presentations earlier here about the exciting projects that Maine is looking at. The reason for my interest today is I want to make sure that policies and actions that the state adopts don't end up driving up energy costs for manufacturing. You know, we specifically live in a national environment and not a local environment. So even though Maine might have low cost in New England, we're pretty high when I compare against some of the other Tyson plants around the country. So I just need to make sure that I get that word out and that we look forward to some exciting projects, but we want to really be careful about anything that could affect in the short to midterm to put Maine out of balance. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, David. We appreciate your comments and introducing yourself. We're now on to Catherine Bork or Burke. I'm not sure how you choose to pronounce your name, and I guess you go by Cat. So Cat Burke.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. My name is Cat Burke. As you just mentioned, I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Unitil Corporation. As many of you know, Unitil was founded in the mid-1980s as an electric and natural gas company in New Hampshire and Maine. We also specifically serve natural gas only in Maine. So we have about 35,000 customers in Maine in 22 communities along the coastline from Kittery to Portland up through Westbrook, Lewiston, and Auburn. As Lizzie mentioned, our goal as a natural gas company as well is the safe and reliable delivery of natural gas service. To that extent, we have been part of about a 14-year cast iron and steel pipe replacement program here in Maine since 2009. With about 550 miles of natural gas pipeline here in Maine, we've replaced about 95% of that system with state-of-the-art materials like plastic and coated steel. Second to safety and reliability, we are very much looking forward to the future of contributing to the sustainability and the emissions reduction goals that Maine has. That would include looking towards the future of important legislation like enabling bills regarding RNG and the like that Lizzie mentioned. Mostly just want to let you know that we're here if you have any questions, constituent issues. You can always reach out to me. You can reach out to Jim Cohen at Main Street Solutions and the rest of the team at Veraldina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kat. Deirdre just sent me a new updated list, so I'm just opening it now so I can make sure we have everyone in order. I believe the next person is Jamie Garland from Maine Natural Gas. Jamie?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. My name is Jamie Garland. I live in Falmouth, and I serve as the Director of Operations for Maine Natural Gas. Excuse me. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself and talk a little bit about my company. Maine Natural Gas is an LDC located in Brunswick, Maine. We serve approximately 12 communities and have 21 local employees that work to, as Lizzie and Kat pointed out, to provide safe and reliable natural gas service to those customers. We've got a steady growth plan. We continue to add customers on, converting them from oil to natural gas, as well as looking at every new opportunity we have out there to grow our business. I want to bring this home with the same thing that Lizzie and Kat keep pointing out, and I know Jerry will as well. The Maine Gas LDCs have worked diligently to build a renewable natural gas legislation that we have sponsored, and I truly believe this can be a great thing, and we can work with you folks to push this forward. I think it can definitely help the state of Maine achieve their goals, and I'd like to see it take place. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jamie. And just to give members an update, we have about 32 people, and they each get 3 minutes. So what the plan I think is going to be is to go through these 32 people all the way up before we take our lunch so that they don't have to come back after lunch, and then take our lunch and then come back exactly at 2 o'clock. And I don't mean to imply that anybody should limit themselves on the 3 minutes. You're free to take your full 3 minutes if you want to in your introduction. Our next person is Jerry Livingood of Bangor Natural Gas. Jerry?
Well, good morning, Senator Lawrence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Representative Barry and the other members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Jerry Livingood, and I'm the President General Manager of Bangor Natural Gas. I live in Orono, and I've been with the company for 13 years. And it's my pleasure to manage the outstanding team of 29 men and women here in Central Maine. And we have the distinction of being the most northeast natural gas company in the United States. So we do have a new system since the Maritimes pipeline was built across Canada and Maine back in 1998. For example, the average age of a customer meter is about 7.5 years. And our system of roughly 320 miles is at 100% integrity and free of any leaks. And for the last 20 years, we provided utility services under an alternative rate plan instead of a cost of service-based rate plan. And we do have the lowest distribution rates in the state of Maine. We serve 7,500 valuable customers from Searsport all the way up to Lincoln, Maine. And we're always looking to add more customers. And you can certainly check bangorgas.com for a list of our projects in 2021. So we distribute natural gas basically for power generation to include a 5 megawatt cogeneration plant at Northern Light Medical Center, an ISO Black Start plant in Bucksport, manufacturing, such as making pulp, canoes, baked goods, and heating homes and cooking meals. About 80% of our customers are residential, and the other 20%, or roughly 1,500, are commercial customers. And we are certainly, along with the other main LDCs, exploring renewable natural gas as part of our supply portfolio and within our monthly cost of gas mechanism. Currently, all of our gas is supplied from North America, and renewable natural gas is an exciting carbon neutral alternative to conventional natural gas. And basically RNG's raw biogas has been converted to natural gas pipeline quality. And just basically it makes sense to repurpose the waste we make into sustainable energy. So barring any comments, I'll make it short and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. And I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. I'm famous for butchering last names. So now we have.
I mean, you would not believe how many times I've heard it. So I just, living good's fine by me.
Yeah, okay. We now have Melinda Kinney of Charter Communications. Melinda?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Melinda Kinney with Charter Communications. I live in Falmouth, and I actually just realized that I've worked for the cable industry for literally half of my life. So I don't know if that's depressing or good. I'm just kidding. So Charter provides services under the brand of Spectrum. We serve 290 communities in Maine and offer voice, video, wireless and broadband services to over 426,000 Mainers. We have 700 employees that are based in Maine as well. Our broadband speeds, we offer 1 gig broadband speeds to every community that we serve. And last year, the company invested over $55 million in technology and build out in infrastructure in Maine. And we increased our network capacity by reaching 7,000 new homes and businesses. This year, we're actually in the process of expanding our footprint to Newburgh, Etna, and Swanville. And those services will come online this summer, which we're really excited about. And when the next Connect Maine grant round opens, we've got 11 communities that we're looking to partner with on grants to hopefully bring services to 930 residents that haven't had our services before. And one item that I wanted to mention, obviously, it has been a really busy year with broadband and COVID, obviously, and it's been interesting. And one of the issues, as we all have heard, or that I've heard a lot, is around broadband adoption has been affordability. I'm really excited about a new program that the company just announced that will bring, basically, we work with municipalities and will offer our services for up to 50%, like a 50% off discount by doing a bulk account, if you will, with communities. And so I think that that's one way to really help bridge that digital divide because affordability obviously is a significant barrier. So I can absolutely send you some more information on that particular program. But I also put together, and what I think Deirdre sent around is information about a low-income broadband program that we offer, a map of our service area, some of the information and things that the company has done during COVID to help our customers, as well as I thought it was great to have an informational sheet around broadband speeds, like upload and download, like what we're using for streaming. And I just thought that might help provide some context as we roll into the session and talk about, policies around, broadband speeds and offerings. So that's all I've got.
Thank you very much, Melinda. We'll now hear from Steve Hill from the Satellite Broadcasting and Communications Association. Steve?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. A pleasure to be here. A little further south than you. I'm down here in Rhode Island, but through the wonders of technology, I've been doing these sessions all over the country. I represent the satellite industry, both on the video and broadband side. And this has been a very interesting year, but I like to say that we go where others can't or won't go and deliver broadband service everywhere throughout the country. We're able to deliver speeds of 25.3 and higher. What's been interesting is if you've taken a plane in the past and had internet on that plane, you've most likely used satellite. We're being used for telemedicine, distance learning, agriculture, public safety, disaster recovery, all sorts of different things, including a lot of customers are using this for continuity, where they might have a wired connection. They then add satellite as that backup. But in a lot of cases, we're going to be the connection for everybody. What's very exciting is that coming next year, about this time, both satellite providers, both HughesNet and Viasat, will be launching 2 new satellites. Those satellites are going to give us 8 times the capacity we have and are going to give us speeds in excess of 100 megabits per second for every customer that's available throughout the country. Business customers will be able to get higher speeds of gig plans. So there's a lot of ways we're going to be able to connect those customers that really can't get connected via other resources. In addition, you have SpaceX and Amazon coming out with low Earth satellites that are also going to be adding to the grid, which are going to help on things such as 5G, connected homes, smart communities. So the future is extremely bright with our technology, and it's only going to be improving over the years. I don't have the exact number of customers in Maine, but it exceeds 25,000 customers currently have our service, and we're adding more every day. I will leave that as my elevator speech. And if I did check Calais, Maine. I checked the zip code there, checked capacity. We actually have a 30 meg speed, which is fairly far up in the state. So I'm not sure if anybody from that area, but it is just. So I will leave it at that. Oh, you're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Steve. What town was that?
Calais?
Calais. Calais.
Okay. Okay.
Calais in French, Calais in Maine.
Okay.
It's one of the many unique things about Maine. And I appreciate you coming to us from Providence. I always tell people I can get to the capital of Rhode Island quicker than I can get to the capital of Maine. It's 2 hours away from me.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So after Steve, we have Sarah Davis of Consolidated Communications.
Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. First of all, Steve, don't feel bad. I mispronounce places in Maine all the time, and I've lived here my whole life, so don't feel bad about that. But my name is Sarah Davis, and I'm with Consolidated Communications. I live in Raymond, Maine, and I've worked for the company for 13 years. Consolidated Communications is a broadband and voice provider in the state of Maine. We employ 650 people in the state. We have 8,200 miles of fiber that go from Kittery to Fort Kent, and we have customers all over the state of Maine from Kittery to Fort Kent. Consolidated Communications has a lot of good news coming, a lot of exciting things to announce. Over the next 5 years, we will be investing $224 million in the state of Maine on fiber to the prem broadband service. This service will will reach 450,000 locations in the state of Maine. Huge program, huge for us, and was enabled by a capital investment that we announced at the end of last year. In addition to that, we have a $31 million program over the next 6 years enabled by the Federal Communications Commission Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. That fund will allow Consolidated to bring service to the most rural areas of the state where people are completely unserved in most cases, and certainly unserved at a 25/3 broadband level. There's a lot of things going on. We're partnering with communities all over the state. We are engaging heavily with the Connect Maine Authority and Connect Maine grants, and we feel that the future is really bright here, and we're really excited about our programs. You'll see me around. Feel free to reach out with any questions. I gave a presentation to many of you a few days ago. Anyone who wasn't able to make it, I'm happy to talk anytime. I'm always available. I know most of you know that. There's a few new faces here, but feel free to reach out with anything.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I'm always reminded of Marshall Dodge, the Maine humorist. When anybody says they've lived in Maine all their life, when somebody asked him, he'd say, "Not yet."
That's true.
Okay, we'll go on to Ben Sanborn of the Telecommunications Association of Maine. Ben?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Ben Sanborn. I'm the Executive Director and Counsel for Telecommunications Association of Maine, TAM. I live in Farmingdale, and basically, TAM represents the rural local exchange carriers in the state. And who we are is we are the smaller companies who sprouted up over 100 years ago when AT&T was first offering telephone service. There were a lot of areas that didn't have it. And so the communities and businesses pulled together and created independent telephone companies in these areas. And that's who we are. We are the companies who emerged from these early independent entrepreneurs, and we are regulated utilities. We provide provider of last resort service throughout our footprints, and so we're regulated on that by the commission. And we also provide broadband throughout our territories and also beyond. We have, for example, Unitel does 100 miles of fiber to the home in Waldo County. And then you have other companies like First Light and Otelco who offer service not only in their communities, but also in the areas beyond what their traditional footprint was. So we're very involved in the broadband expansion throughout the rural parts of the state, especially. And we will appear in front of this committee on a wide range of issues, both broadband and utility related. And I know that there are a whole bunch of people in line, so I don't want to take up too much time. Just want to introduce myself. And if anyone has any questions about rural telephony or broadband, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to talk about anything at any time. Thanks very much.
We appreciate it, Ben. Thank you for coming. We'll go on to Owen Smith from AT&T. Owen?
Yes, good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Owen Smith, and I'm the state president for AT&T here in Maine. We're also represented by Jay Nutting and Main Street Solutions. I grew up in Auburn. I graduated from the University of Maine. I lived in Gorham for the last 30 years. I've worked for AT&T for that same period of time, 30 years. I won't tell you what portion of my life that is. Over the past 5 years, AT&T has invested $145 billion in our networks. That's more capital invested than any other private company in the country. Over that same period, AT&T has invested $130 million in this main network. Over the past 2 years, AT&T has acquired and upgraded 170 new cell sites in Maine and have expanded our 4G LTE network across the state with those towers. Back in 2017, AT&T won the FirstNet contract to build a public-private nationwide interoperable network for public safety. That's a 25-year contract. AT&T's commitment is to put an additional $40 billion into the network. Our commitment here in Maine is to build 21 FirstNet purpose-built sites, and we've got 2 years left in that initial 5-year period. We've got 13 of those sites already built. We also have 13 sites built as part of our business as usual plan over the last couple of years. So we now have 450 cell towers in Maine providing 4G LTE across the entire state for both AT&T customers and first responders on FirstNet. So we also have DirecTV. Maine, along with New Hampshire and Vermont, has some of the highest penetration of DirecTV subscribers in the country. We also own Warner Media, which is Warner Brothers Studios, CNN, TNT, HBO. We provide content to all of our devices anywhere, anytime. So thank you for the opportunity. Any questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Jay Nutting. Thank you again.
We appreciate it, Owen. We appreciate you making the time to introduce yourself. We now go on to Andrew Butcher of Maine Broadband Coalition. Andrew?
Thank you. Greetings. Thank you to the chairs and the full committee. My name is Andrew Butcher, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Broadband Coalition, your partner in creating solutions for broadband policy and programming in Maine. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today, and my gratitude to Ms. Schneider for all of your coordination. The Maine Broadband Coalition is a statewide network of 1,800 stakeholders working to advance the policy, resources, and infrastructure necessary to enable affordable, reliable, future-oriented high-speed internet for all communities. The coalition is guided through a 30-member advisory committee representing a range of geographies, industries, sectors, and issues, as high-speed internet, as you all know, is foundational to Maine's economic, social, and environmental prosperity more than ever. A few core members include the Island Institute, AARP Maine, Tilson Technologies, Presque Isle Economic Development, CEI, Maine Farmland Trust, the Northern Forest Center, Otelco, Community Concepts Finance Corporation, GWI, Educate Maine, Network Maine, the National Digital Equity Center, and GPCOG, just to name a few. The key takeaway for you today is that the Broadband Coalition is your partner in crafting policy and programming and strategy to address our broadband goals. We're grateful to work with members of this committee in supporting your broadband caucus and have an active policy committee assessing proposed legislation in alignment with best practices nationally. We're proud to have helped mobilize 75% of the electorate, 276,000 voters this last July, in approving Maine's first broadband bond. We're currently hosting Maine's speed testing initiative to identify where there's internet service, who provides it, and how it performs. This real-time data will help inform how resources can have maximum impact. If you haven't tested your internet speed, I encourage you to do so with 2 clicks at mainebroadbandcoalition.org. We're hosting a series of events to highlight innovators, pioneers, and success stories in Maine in partnership with the Maine Technology Institute. Our next Digital Frontiers event is March 4th, featuring telehealth. At our core, we're supporting communities around the state to increase capacity and readiness to address their needs around remote working, distance learning, telehealth, livability, and civic responsibility. As evidenced by our ability to even meet virtually across the state today, we're fortunate to be connected, but as you know, there are massive challenges in enabling all Mainers to connect. And through an ongoing digital divide that exists, it makes Maine ranked among the worst states with broadband. The pandemic has demonstrated how access to reliable, affordable, high-speed internet is essential to our health and prosperity. We must invest in public-private partnerships. Our most rural communities will continue to be left behind if we don't enable the capital to build the infrastructure and make it easier to build and maintain the infrastructure, and invest in the data and organizations to oversee the state's interests. We can do better for everyone. We have to do better for everyone. Now is the time, and we can't wait. The Broadband Coalition is here to work with you and what may be the defining issue of our time. If you haven't already joined the Broadband Caucus, please do so. Our next session is on February 24th at 6 p.m. Thank you so much for your service. I look forward to seeing you soon. Oh, Senator Lawrence, I think you might be muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. And we now go to Stacy Briggs of T-Mobile. Stacy.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Stacy Briggs with T-Mobile. I represent many states, but Maine is near and dear to our hearts because we have a call center in Maine up in the Oakland area, and we're very pleased. We've had that for over 10 years, and it's the top call center in the country. We have 17 domestic call centers. It's the top call center in the country. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. We are aggressively building out our network in Maine. Most recently, you may know that we purchased Sprint, and that was a big deal. It took about 2 years to do that, and the closing of that was on April of last year, 2020, during the pandemic. We have not actually missed a beat since then. We've transferred all of our stores over to now a T-Mobile presence. We also own Metro PCS, now known as Metro by T-Mobile. So you'll see stores around that are Metro by T-Mobile. That is a prepaid brand that we wholly own. In fact, when we purchased Metro by T-Mobile, we had about 25 million customers about 7 or 8 years ago, and they had about 9 million customers, and they were a public company. We became a public company, and all the employees became stockholders in that company. So we have grown to, this is not a stock tip, but we have grown from about $17 on that first initial offering, and now over about 120 per share. And the employees are the direct beneficiaries of that, every single one of us. So that will also hold true for the new Sprint employees that we brought on to our team. And we've been integrating very well for the past several months, including, like I said, getting the stores all up and running. The big story of the network and of the merger is the network. And the network that we are building is a 5G network. It is foundationally built on 600 megahertz spectrum, which we purchased from the broadcasters in a historic reverse auction, where the broadcasters, folks may recall, during the digital transition, were given some beachfront property to build out some new channels, and get a bunch of nice low band spectrum that travels about 25 miles. They did not use all of that spectrum, and were given this one-time opportunity to sell it back through the FCC. It was a blind auction. We were the winner, lion's share of that auction about 5 years ago, maybe less than that, $8 billion, and put that to market. That is really the foundation of our 5G network, and it's our rural 5G network that we are building out. We will no longer be roaming in that process. And Sprint had the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, which allows us to expand capacity. So we'll be able to travel far and expand wide and get into those unserved and underserved communities as a condition of our merger that is being overseen by the Department of Justice and the FCC. So it's a very fast and aggressive network build out, but we are committed to doing it nationwide and especially in Maine. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I did want to make sure folks knew that we are proudly represented by Charlie Sultan and James Bass. And so if you can't find me in Maine, which I can't get there right now anyway, please track them down, or if you need anything from us, we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Stacy. When we are now on to, Stephanie Lee and Stan, and I know I'm going to blow this, Stan Usovitz of Verizon. Stan, are you there? Stephanie?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm sorry,
Great.
Senator. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry. My name is Stan Usovich, and I'm with Verizon. My colleague Stephanie Lee and I represent Verizon in Maine, and work closely with Jim Cohen and Sarah Vanderwood from Viral and Main Street Solutions on policy and government-related initiatives. Clearly, we understand that broadband and wireless connectivity are important for all customers, all of our customers in Maine, even more so now. Verizon continues to invest in our wireless network by increasing capacity and speeds and expanding coverage in unserved and underserved areas in Maine. Over the past 3 years, we've invested more than $100 million in Maine to expand coverage and add capacity. Not only do these facility investments directly help connectivity for Mainers, but these investments are subject to a state telecommunications excise tax that contributes millions of dollars each year to the state's general fund. The state's general fund also receives millions of dollars yearly from Verizon through the service provider tax on telecommunications services, which is very similar to a sales tax. Beyond the general fund, but nonetheless critical to state and local services, Verizon customers contribute millions more to the state's Universal Service Fund, the E991 Fund, and the School and Libraries Fund. Verizon has 150 employees living and working here in Maine, and 2,000 retirees who call Maine their home. Last year, Verizon contributed more than 40,000 to charitable organizations in Maine. This includes the Portland Public Schools rollout of a science-based STEM curriculum and training for teachers. Verizon continues to look for ways to bridge the digital divide in our communities. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, we supported an unprecedented transition of businesses, schools, and other organizations to remote operations and education. Some of the actions that we've taken include offering discounted broadband plans and jetpacks to support more than 15,000 students and educators in Maine, extending our wireless unlimited pricing to health workers and teachers, allowing them to join active duty military, veterans, and first responders, and committing to not charging fees or suspending services for customers who could not pay their bills due to COVID-related hardships. And finally, providing first responders priority access to our network, including medical and emergency operations centers. In addition to these specific actions, Verizon is also actively encouraging Congress and the administration to invest in broadband infrastructure and affordability, but more on that later. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thanks. Thanks, Stan. I see we have Stephanie here too. Stephanie, do you want to say a few words?
I just want to say hello. I'll be partnering with Stan in Maine, and we work with Jim Cohen and Sarah Vanderwood, who have been our lobbyists on the ground. And if you need anything from Verizon, please feel free to reach out to Stan, myself, or Jim Cohen, and we'll be happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you guys for making the time. We're now on to Dana Doran of the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine. Dana?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry. I'm noticing, and members of the committee, I'm noticing a big shift now. You just heard from the telecommunications industry and natural gas, and now we're moving into natural resource-based economy. So I'm pleased to be the first one to speak, and look forward to hearing the rest of the remarks. So a little background as to why a trade association that represents logging contractors is before you. Effectively, you'll see me advocate in front of this committee, and most of you have gotten to know me over the years, predominantly with respect to wood energy. Anything having to do with wood energy in the state of Maine, positive or negative, is why I would appear before your committee. Some background on our organization. So we are a typical trade association here in Maine. I'm the executive director. I'm also the lobbyist for the organization. We do not have other paid lobbyists. You see it, this is it. We represent 200 contractor members here in the state of Maine who harvest 80% of all the wood that's harvested in the state of Maine. Our members employ about 3,000 people. Logging and trucking in Maine is a $620 million component of an $8 billion forest products industry. Our industry represents 3,900 direct jobs to the Maine economy, and is also indirectly responsible for another 5,400 jobs. So over 9,000 jobs come from logging and trucking in Maine. We are the hidden rural Maine economy. So let me turn to wood energy. So since 2014 in Maine, we've lost about 3.5 million tons of wood energy consumption in the state. In 2020, the Sappi Westbrook, excuse me, closed down their biomass energy operation, which was another 500,000 tons. What does that mean? That's about a $200 million impact to the Maine economy. It's about 106,000 truckloads a year that aren't delivered, and it's about 1,000 Maine jobs that are no longer existent. So we're working for a path forward, and that's why we appear before the committee. Back in 2016, we had a biomass stabilization bill. There was a biomass committee that met. We're before you on combined heat and power and finding a new path forward. I've also been involved with the Forest Opportunity Roadmap, which was created by Senator Collins and Senator King back in 2016. And wood energy is one of our subcommittees trying to find paths forward for new markets so that rural areas are better served for wood energy. I've also been a member of the Governor's Climate Council Small Lands or Working Forest Work Group, which has recommended new paths forward for combined heat and power using wood. And I'm also on the Governor's Forest Carbon Task Force that has its first meeting tomorrow, again, trying to find paths forward for the use of wood throughout the rural Maine economy. So I appreciate the opportunity to tell a little of our story and why we may appear before your committee, and I'd be happy to answer any question, whatever they may be, regarding logging, trucking, and wood. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana. And I will compliment the natural resources presenters because they have the best background photos. We're now on to Julie Marie Bickford of the Maine Dairy Industry Association.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, my Senator Vitelli, and distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Julie Marie Bickford. I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association. We're known as MDIA. We represent all of the dairy farm families that are shipping over 70 million gallons of fresh quality milk each year. Maine's dairy sector is a critical piece of our economic development network with over $570 million annually in economic activity, especially infusing our rural areas. We provide 1,300 jobs directly on farms for a total of almost 4,000 jobs statewide. And we provide the quality Maine dairy products that feed our people. Climate change is an important issue for our farmers, both economically as stewards of over 700,000 acres of active cropland, forests, and wetlands in Maine that are pivotal to our ability to sequester carbon. Energy production and its use is also a critical issue for dairy farms. Electricity is essential, not only to run modern milking equipment and provide heat, food, and water to our animals, but in ensuring hot water, a necessary component for cleaning everything related to milking in order to comply with rigorous food safety requirements for dairy. Our farms also offer opportunities to explore alternative energy production like solar farms, hopefully on marginal or poor cropland and in concert with active agriculture and not in competition for prime resources. We are also a key partner in efforts to set up manure and waste digesters as alternatives to producing both clean energy in the form of electricity and natural gas. Modern agriculture is a highly regulated and complex industry, and our farms rely more and more on scientific and technological advances in order to compete in regional, national, and global marketplaces. Access and availability of broadband internet resources, as evidenced by this meeting, is a necessity in today's business world and is a key tool for our farmers, especially in rural parts of Maine, for them to be able to adopt new technologies such as robotic milking systems or RFID that monitors the health and production of our animals. MDIA is an active member of the Agricultural Council of Maine, known as AgCom, which is an entity made up of all the groups who represent Maine agricultural interests and support them with information and services. I currently serve as AgCom's president and may appear before you in that capacity when a bill represents the consensus view of all the agricultural interests in our state. MDIA is also an important part of the tapestry of private landowners who provide access for important outdoor recreational activities that support our tourism industry. And we are founding members of the Natural Resource Network, made up of groups representing Maine's private landowners and those who make a living from the wonders of Maine's natural resources. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions, but I look forward to seeing you throughout this legislative session.
Thank you very much, Julie Marie. We appreciate it. And we are now on to Julie Ann Smith of the Maine Farm Bureau Association. Julie Ann?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, and good morning still, Representative Barry and members of the committee. My name is Julie Ann Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association. I grew up on a dairy farm in Monmouth and have had a lifelong involvement with Maine Farm Bureau. I'm honored to appear before you today to represent all of Maine's agriculture industry. For those of you not familiar with Maine Farm Bureau, we are the largest farmer-run organization in Maine. We are unique as we operate as a grassroots, nonprofit, voluntary membership association where farmers create, discuss, and decide our policies. When I appear before you this legislative session, I speak as a collective voice of farmers who work incredibly hard every day to grow the food that not only feeds our state, but grows our economy. I represent the 93% of farms that grow conventionally and 7% that are certified organic. I represent the 1,500 farmers that sell their products at farmers markets and the thousands of farmers that sell wholesale. Maine Farm Bureau represents every commodity, every production style, and every size of farm in Maine. Most importantly, we represent the farmers that have worked diligently to create Maine's current agricultural industry and the farmers that are working to grow the future of agriculture in Maine. We are able to represent the breadth of farming in Maine because our members meet each year to discuss the challenges they are experiencing, deliberate how to solve those challenges, and vote on how the collective voice of farmers will speak to you as policymakers. From heated greenhouses to precision agriculture, energy and utilities play a critical role in Maine's food production. I look forward to working with your committee on all of the issues that impact agriculture, and I hope you will use Maine Farm Bureau as a resource during this legislative session if you have questions on how a bill may affect the farms in your community. I also hope you will attend your county's legislative pie social that will be held virtually this spring. I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Julie Marie. We're now on to Virginia Olson of the Maine Lobstering Union. Virginia?
Thank you. Again, my name is Virginia Olson. I'm from Stonington. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry, honorable members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. It's an honor to come before you all today and introduce the Maine Lobstering Union. I believe you all got a little packet. It's a sample of our membership package. It's there to just give you a little bit of a glimpse of what the union is for us. We are a national organization. We're part of the IAMAW, and that is our Grand Lodge, and it supports all unions. And the union is split up into territories, districts, and lodges. We are the Eastern Territory, District 4, and we're Local Lodge 207. We have members along all 3,500 miles of Maine's coast, and we're fishing out of all of the major ports. Our Local 207 members also own the first union co-op in the state of Maine. So our members now own the product from the time they harvest it until it belongs to the end consumer. So they're fully integrated as lobstermen and dealers. You'll see our members, I'm sure, before this committee. We've been here in the past. I myself am a lobsterman. I'm a 4th generation fisherman. My son, niece, and nephew also fish. My grandson was just born on January 11th. Hopefully he'll be the 6th generation. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that he still has a fishery. We're very concerned with wind power. That's something that is deeply disturbing to us, that we could have a very industrialized offshore. We really hope that you will take into consideration the type of things that we have done to make sure we have a sustainable fishery and we don't lose that to industrialization. So the union looks forward to having healthy conversations about green energy solutions that won't destroy our communities and our fisheries, and the multi-generational fishing culture in Maine, one that's been, fraught with hard work, and the industry has been driven with conservation by the stewards that these fishermen have been for years. So I just wanted to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Virginia. We're now on to Stephen Dodge and Michael Trunzo of the National Biodiesel Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for this opportunity to meet and greet virtually this committee. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge, no relation, Senator, to Marshall Dodge that I know of. I am a Director of State Regulatory Affairs for the National Biodiesel Board, and listening in on the meeting today is my colleague, Mike Trunzo, who is Director of Government Affairs for Schenker, Russo, and Clark. Mike is a registered lobbyist here in Maine for NBB. NBB is an almost 30-year-old national trade association, which represents the biodiesel, renewable diesel, and renewable jet fuel industries. NBB members play a key role in state and national programs aimed at reducing carbon emissions, displacing petroleum, improving public health, and protecting the environment. Biofuel is a renewable, low-carbon replacement for petroleum diesel fuels, which are made from used cooking oil, animal fats, brown grease, and agricultural byproducts and co-products, including woody biomass. We applaud the state's aggressive efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through legislation and through the Maine Climate Council. And to that end, the heating oil industry in the Northeast is proactively working towards reducing the carbon intensity of its fuel. The so-called Providence Resolution, adopted in 2019, established the attainable goal of achieving a 15% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2023 using B20, a 40% reduction with a 50% biodiesel blend, B50, by 2030, and net zero emissions with 100% biodiesel fuel by 2050. Low carbon liquid fuels will play a key role in the future of home heating oil here in the Northeast. Every gallon of biofuel, and by the way, biofuels can be used to replace petroleum-based diesel for on-road use as well. In fact, I think just last week, Joyce Taylor, the state's chief DOT engineer, told this committee that she had, I think her exact words were, good results in using biodiesel in the state's fleet. Every gallon of biofuel used today reduces the state's carbon footprint today. Heat pumps play an important role in the state's carbon reduction plans, but heat pumps alone cannot replace existing petroleum-based heating fuels used in furnaces. It cannot replace it all. As you heard last week, Maine is more dependent on liquid heating fuel than any other state in the nation. Several Northeast states, including Rhode Island and New York, currently have bioheat mandates in place. Massachusetts has a highly successful bioheat incentive program. Maine's carbon reduction plan, as you know, is called Maine Can't Wait. Maine shouldn't wait to begin immediately implementing policies which encourage the use of one of the tools in its toolbox that provides immediate carbon reductions. And I'll just leave the committee with this one thought. All combustion is not bad, especially when it is combustion based on a low carbon, readily available fuel that provides immediate carbon reductions. We look forward to working with this committee and your staff during the upcoming session, and thank you again.
Thank you, Stephen. And I don't see Michael here. He's not intending to speak.
No, it was just going to be me. Thank you.
That's good. Next, we're on to Ben Gilman of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. Ben?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry. My name is Ben Gilman. I am from Gorham, and I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as General Counsel. The Maine State Chamber of Commerce is a statewide business association that represents a network of 5,000 businesses from Fort Kent to Kittery and Eastport to Freiburg and everywhere in between. We are governed by a 90-member board of directors, which is available on our website, mainechamber.org. Feel free to check it out. On the energy side of our membership, we represent all aspects of the energy pipeline, from the generators, which include wind, solar, hydro, natural gas, and oil, to the T&D utilities, to commercial and industrial end users, and small businesses with less than 20 employees. Another top priority issue will become before your committee is telecommunications, and specifically looking at broadband expansion, which we believe will help grow our economy. The importance of broadband expansion in Maine can be highlighted in our policy document, Making Maine Work. That's also available on our website. It's also been highlighted in Governor Mills' 10-year economic strategic plan, where I served on the 14-person steering committee of that report, and recently in the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, in which Dana Connors, the president of the chamber, served. All three of those reports had one central theme in regards to broadband, and that's that we need to expand it in order to grow our economy. I just want to say one other thing surrounding broadband and its importance to Maine. Last year, Dana Connors was invited by Congressman Golden down to Washington to deliver the importance and the need for broadband expansion here in Maine. And one of the important messages he delivered was that Maine is the most rural state in America. 63% of our population lives outside the urban area. Not everyone thinks of that. They think of states like Alaska or Montana. What is Maine? In order to grow our economy, and we've seen during the pandemic specifically, the need to expand broadband. So we look forward to work. We're going to be active on that issue. We look forward to working with the committee during the upcoming session. And I see our friend Marty Groman from E2 Tech is on and behind us. So if I have any time left, I'll yield it back to Marty. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ben. And we do have Marty Groman here, who I believe is a former member of this committee. And we do have an unwritten rule that returning members are supposed to provide a treat to the committee, but we've suspended that rule during Zoom because we've all been getting too many virtual cookies at this point. So we'll just suspend it to the point where you can physically be before us again, and then we will reinstate that rule. Marty?
Thank you. Thanks to the committee. And yes, it's true. Now, I will say I used to represent House District 12 in Biddeford in the 127th and the 128th. That House District 12 now represented by Aaron Sheehan, and Aaron owns a wine store. So maybe something can be arranged. But thank you to the committee. Welcome to my basement in Biddeford. I am the executive director of E2 Tech. Thank you to Mark and Nicole and Trey and Nate for appearing yesterday at one of our forums. We are Maine's clean tech business hub, so to speak. We seek to advance the energy and environmental business opportunities in Maine. We actually do not lobby or advocate. So if I do this right, you will not see me again. But we are just a resource for you. All of our events are free for legislators. And we do have a couple of interesting ones coming up, including one on Clean Tech Open, which is a clean tech accelerator that Chair Barry, in his role as in a tech field, would know well, and also one on EVs together with the government of Quebec, in which we're looking at for St. Patrick's Day in the morning, the 17th. So I want to thank you for your service, a resource for you. Take ideas for forums or things you'd like to see us study, connections I can make for businesses in your district. That's a big thing that I do, is sort of networker in chief role. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and I thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much, Marty, and good to see you again. We'll now go on to, and I hope I pronounce her last name right, Megan Diver of the Maine Energy Marketers Association. Megan?
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Megan Diver, and yes, you pronounced that correctly. I'm the Vice President of the Maine Energy Marketers Association, also referred to as MEMA. MEMA is a trade association comprised of approximately 300 member companies and over 5,000 direct and 5,000 indirect people working in the energy delivery and service businesses, delivering heating oil, biofuels, motor fuels, propane, pellets, kerosene, and offering service and installation on the equipment that operates these fuels. In addition, our members own and operate 70% of Maine's 1,300 convenience stores, through which we sell more than 1 billion gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel. Our members also sell more than 90% of all the propane sold in our state each year. MEMA's convenience store members employ approximately 10,000 people in Maine. MEMA's members serve more than 415 Maine households and keep nearly 1 million Maine people warm during the winter and cold months. MEMA has approximately 175 associate members who provide goods and services to Maine's petroleum dealers and their customers. Our association is a member-driven nonprofit trade association established in 1954. We are made up of many parts, though all related to representing hundreds of members and their employees who sell or distribute heating oil, propane, biofuels, pellets, electricity, and motor fuels, including a strong representation for our convenience store owners and associate member companies that provide goods and services to our energy marketers. MEMA seeks to enhance, preserve, and promote our members through legislative leadership, advocacy, education, environmental awareness, public awareness, and ethical and professional conduct, while providing the highest quality and most complete source of advocacy and leadership for energy marketers in the state. We also lead the region in technical and management training opportunities. We provide education and training to the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, weatherization, and energy auditing trades for hundreds of Maine citizens through our courses at our own training facility, MEMA Technical Education Center, also known as MTech, at our office in Brunswick. MEMA's members own and operate MTech, the state's leading nonprofit HVAC training facility. Overseen by an all-volunteer education committee of MEMA's members, it's comprised of business owners and associates currently working in the industry. MTech's curriculum evolves to reflect relevant trends, advancements, and industry best practices, ensuring your employees possess the qualifications necessary to provide service to their customers. I look forward to working with you throughout this session. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Megan. We'll
Thank
now
you.
go on to Stefan Bunker of the E911 Council. Stefan?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. I am Stephen Bunker. I'm from the town of Farmington. I'm also pleased to say that I retired a number of years ago from the State Emergency Services Communications Bureau and had a great career with them, and was actually the first employee for 911's implementation way back when we first started this journey. And since my retirement, got an appointment to the E911 Advisory Council. It's a 17-member group that advises the Bureau and the PUC on things related to the 911 system itself. And I represent municipalities on that. That commission is appointed by the Maine Municipal Association. As a side, I found out that Representative Ziegler and I also are members of a commission for the deaf, hard of hearing, and late deafened that advise Department of Labor on advocacy and many other issues related to the deaf community. And my role there with him is making sure equal and appropriate access to 911 and emergencies also touches that part of the community itself. You will see me there as an interested advocate for anything 911 or public safety related that comes in front of your committee. The good news is, particularly for those of you who are new to your committee, we've got a great, robust 911 system itself that I'm happy to have been a part of. A very robust, redundant telephone network, GIS data that helps locate callers, great nationally recognized training standards for dispatchers, who is really now a recognized profession for their training and certification that I had much to be a part of that. A robust quality assurance program that makes sure call takers are adhering to the best practices or national standards for how they deal with those calls, and also providing a degree of safety to our first responders. So we're always sending them to the right place for the right time, for the right reason, and traveling in the right mode to make sure that they are there safely. So kudos to my old employer there. I'm very much pleased to be a part of them. I'm always looking for and following a lead to see what initiatives legislatively the PUC or the 911 Bureau itself is going to bring forth for new initiatives to continue to promote the program and advance it. And for those of you new to the committee, there are nationally recognized standards of care that Maine has been working its way towards to adhere. There's much more that can be done in that to make sure that call entering by dispatchers meets those standards, not just for medical and fire calls like we have implemented now, but also for calls for law enforcement services, and always the need to improve our quality assurance review on every call from each dispatcher to make sure that those best practices are being met. And then lastly, I would love to be able to celebrate the instance where 911 centers in Maine receive national professional accreditation. There is such a program like there are in many professions. And we've been at this 911 deal for several decades now, but not yet has one of our centers actually met that benchmark. I'm going to be a strong advocate to see if I can get us there, and they can get that gold seal of approval on their dispatch center, that I can help know that Maine is the safest place in the country when it comes to emergencies, and citizens pick up the phone and dial 911. So I'll be here at your service. Please avail yourself of me or the E911 Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And I need to step out and deal with the dog for a minute. So I'm going to turn it over to Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mark. And we will go on with the order. Next up is Matt Marks from the Associated General Contractors of Maine. And on deck, Pat Strouk.
Thank you, Representative and distinguished members of the committee. I may have the same challenge with a dog and a rabbit chasing each other, so I apologize if you hear commotion in the background. Thank you for giving me the chance to be here today. I live in Scarborough. I've worked for Associated General Contractors for about 12 years. I'm actually looking at Representative Kessler's photo in the background. That's my hometown, South Portland there. So that's very familiar for me. So AGC represents the commercial construction industry. We've nationally been around since 1918 and here in Maine since 1951. It's got a really deep history of Maine-based companies and skilled workers, both union and non-union folks in my camp. So have both signatory firms and open shop. We have working committees within our organization because we also focus on heavy highway construction, vertical construction, and energy construction, which is why I wanted to take the time to introduce myself today. We've had some growth over the last few years. We've had about 1,800 construction workers return from December to December, which is positive news. I hope to share with you during the time when we had this pandemic. We kept working throughout it. We implemented new safety protocols to make that happen. And I'm happy to report that we had a really good success over that time last 12 months. But the outlook is even tougher. We're getting more feedback, not just in our market, but throughout the Northeast, that construction firms are growing concerned about what the portfolio looks like in the remainder of 2021 and also 2022. The energy sector is really important to us. We've had folks who worked on built energy infrastructure, everything from renewables to the transmission delivery systems for the history of our great state. We also spend a lot of time on education. We have an education foundation. Every year we have a scholarship program. The endowment is just under $1 million at this point, and that's all raised by Maine-based firms who have donating to help students as they pursue careers, and whether it be engineering, design, or construction, both at the University of Maine, the community college system, the Maritime Academy, and the other schools. So I think right now we probably help about 25 students annually. We're hoping to double that in the next few years, which should be a big help to start filling that skilled training gap. We also have a training program ourselves. We actually do safety management and technical training. So one of our jobs is to train certified crane operators. And we've been doing that for about 3 years. And we also offer hazardous materials training, safety OSHA training. And we have a pretty comprehensive apprenticeship program that we undertook about 3 years ago, and we're signing more companies up as we speak. So that's who we are. We have experts within the industry. So if there's ever a technical question, whether it be engineering or construction based, happy to always help wherever we can. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Up next, Pat Strouk, and on deck, Sandy Howard.
Thank you, Representative Barry. My name is Patrick Strouk. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Forest Products Council. We are an organization that's been around for about 60 years. I am a resident of Exeter, Maine. We have a small farm here, and we're surrounded by my wife's larger dairy farm, and they have a methane digester, so you can always be connected to electricity generation in the rural resources. I'm a forester by training, BS and MS in forestry from the University of Maine. Our trade group tries to represent about $8.5 billion in economic contribution, with over 33,000 direct and indirect jobs. So it's a big group. We have loggers, truckers, foresters, forest landowners. The landowners will get involved with solar, wind, all those kinds of siting issues. And our dues-paying members represent about 8.5 million acres. And so it's a big landowner group. And we have wood manufacturers, sawmills, wooden drumstick makers like Bickford and Newport. Pulp mills are a big part of the council, as well as biomass energy plants, and they're all interrelated with regards to the parts of the trees that they use and the residuals that they generate. So we have energy consumers. We're watching carefully over the price of energy, and we certainly have energy producers that use wood, both in thermal and electrical uses. The large combined heat and power platforms from the paper mills and standalone biomass plants will be before you, representing those issues. And we have a lot of interest in community-sized CHP programs, like for Robbins Lumber in Searsmont and the Linklater facility, pellet facility in Athens, and we'll want to talk more about that this session. We're part of the 4 Main strategic planning process that was mentioned earlier. The governor appointed me to the Climate Change Council, and throughout that document, you see reference to the bioeconomy, and that's really what a big part and a big role that the forest industry can play. Biofuels are going to be something that we're interested in, with pyrolysis oils and different acids that can be used to make some of the biofuels that will be talked about. I get support from Michelle McLean from Capital Strategies and Bill Ferdinand from Eaton Peabody. And we're interested in you meeting the members and seeing facilities. As we all get our COVID vaccines, we're interested in getting you out to see some of these operations, and certainly you'll be introduced to a lot of my members as we talk about the issues in front of this committee, and I look forward to chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Up next is Sandy Howard, and on deck, Matt Grondin. Welcome, Sandy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, EUT Chairman and committee members. My name is Sandra Howard, and I serve as the director of Say No to NECEC. This is a grassroots 501c3 nonprofit organization, which is an environmental, education, and advocacy group opposed to large-scale industrial development in Western Maine. Say No to NECEC was founded in 2018 and is comprised of nearly 10,000 members. We are a nonpartisan and member-funded organization. I'm a volunteer, and I'm here today to introduce our organization because I anticipate citizen members of our C3 will provide testimony during the upcoming legislative session. Specifically, we are in opposition to Central Maine Power's New England Clean Energy Connect project to build the 145-mile transmission line from the Quebec-Maine border to Lewiston. Our members have been engaged as interveners at the Maine DEP and LUPC. They're participants at the DEP permit appeal. Our grassroots nonprofit organization educates the public regarding the harm NECEC would have on Maine's environment and economy. While causing irreparable harm to Maine's undeveloped forest and rural communities, NECEC would also cost Maine's renewable energy industry $400 million in the first 15 years. Threatening the future of locally generated renewables. And the project is nothing more than a shell game designed to make 2 foreign corporations billions of dollars while Mainers get pennies. So that's why Maine should not be forced to be an extension cord for Massachusetts. In addition, I'm here to introduce myself as the principal officer of the No CMP Corridor Political Action Committee. The No CMP Corridor PAC was formed in 2019 by myself and Daryl Wood, a grassroots activist from New Sharon. This PAC represents the grassroots opposition of Say No to NECEC in the referendum process, as we recently filed over 100,000 signatures to the Secretary of State to leverage that statewide vote on the CMP corridor. So thank you for allowing me to participate in today's orientation. I welcome all of the EUT committee members and thank you for your work to serve on this committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. Up next, Matt Grondin, followed by Bob Howe.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, and the distinguished members of the Joint Committee on EUT. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce you to EcoMaine. I am Matt Grondin. I'm the communications manager here at EcoMaine. I do have roots all over your districts. I was born in Dresden, I was raised in Bangor, and I now live in Cumberland. So have roots all over the state, and I'm happy to be here today. EcoMaine is a quasi-municipal organization with 70 member communities here in Maine. We own and operate Maine's largest recycling plant, a food waste recovery program, a waste-to-energy facility, and a landfill. For those who may not be familiar with EcoMaine, we believe our mission statement does describe us best. We provide comprehensive, long-term solid waste solutions in a safe, environmentally responsible, economically sound manner, and we are a leader in raising public awareness of sustainable waste management strategies. When it comes to safety, we are ISO 45001 certified. That's the highest safety certification available. This is proof of our safety record, and it ensures our communities and employees that their safety remains our highest priority. When it comes to our environmental record, we maintain the rigorous ISO 14001 certification. This is a standard that keeps us on an elevated environmental platform. When it comes to economics, EcoMaine is able to offer our services to our communities with very competitive rates. However, what makes us stand apart is the final piece of our mission statement, and that's being a leader in raising public awareness of sustainable waste management strategies. Our educational outreach is what connects us to residents and businesses in our communities. They know us, and they trust us to do the right thing when it comes to managing their waste. As a producer of energy from Maine's solid waste, EcoMaine on occasion has the chance to provide testimony and input in front of this committee. Currently, some of the issues we're very enthusiastic about are waste to energy. Rather than filling up Maine landfills with raw trash that produces methane, which is an extremely harmful greenhouse gas, EcoMaine generates electricity by combusting solid waste and reduces it in volume by 90%, extending the life of our own landfill for decades. Also, electric waste hauling trucks. We're very excited about this. Later this year, EcoMaine will welcome 2 all-electric trucks that will replace aging diesel versions to haul waste. This is notable in and of itself, but we're exceptionally proud of the fact that we believe EcoMaine is the first plant in the United States to have introduced all-electric trucks fully powered by waste energy, making us both the producer and the consumer of this renewable electricity. We look forward to creating policies with you that can and will reduce the mountains of trash that are accumulating in our landfills. Landfills are a forever proposition that future generations will have to deal with forever. But fortunately, there are alternatives, and we don't have to wait. Better policy today will divert the rush to fill landfills tomorrow and in the years to come. Good policy and execution can and will have an immediate impact. I thank you again for the opportunity. We look forward to working with you in the months ahead. I welcome any of your questions now or at any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grondin, and we are going to refrain from questioning, but we know how to find you. So we'll go on to Bob Howe at this time, and up next will be Dan Riley after him.
Thank you. I just had to find my video button. Good morning, everybody. I'm Bob Howe. I'm broadcasting to you from my maple sugar evaporator house in Brunswick, Maine. I am a principal at Howe, Cahill and Company. I'm probably sitting closer to the State House right now than most of you are. We have an office in Augusta. My partner is Pam Cahill. We're both former members of the legislature. I served in the House on what was then called the Committee on Energy. Pam served in the House and the Senate and also as Secretary of the Senate. And I represented the city of South Portland when I served in the House. Any typical session, we have 12 to 15 clients we represent at the State House. A couple of them will be before your committee this session. One of them is Constellation Energy. It's a very large national company that in Maine serves as a competitive electric provider. In other words, a commercial, industrial, but not residential customers can choose to purchase their electrons through Constellation. In addition, Constellation regularly bids on the standard offer. So if you're on the standard offer, you may actually be buying from them as well. believe you heard from Gretchen Fuhr last week or earlier this week from Constellation. The other organization is the main chapter of the Sierra Club. Their interests have to do with a wide range of environmental issues and particularly climate issues. It's very much a volunteer-driven organization. Much of my work for them is advising their member volunteers on the legislative process. And you will hear from, occasionally you will hear from a couple of their staff people, but you are very likely to hear a testimony from some of their member volunteers. In addition, I do some pro bono work for the Solar Energy Association Maine. I think you heard from their director, Steve Weems, and some of their members earlier. And my wife and I are solar users. We have a 10 kilowatt array on our barn, and we're powering a net zero energy home and a couple of electric vehicles with solar energy. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you virtually under the dome.
Great. Thank you, Seth, for pitching in and taking over. I've learned working at home that for the cat, I'm a doorman, but for the dog, I'm Director of Parks and Recreation. So we'll now go on to Dan Riley of Norman, Hanson, and Detroit.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Dan Riley. Good afternoon. I'm an attorney with a firm in Norman, Hanson, in Detroit here in Maine. I will be representing a number of clients before you this session, including Exeter Agri Energy, which Mr. Strout made reference to. It's just down the road from his farm. Also represent NextEra Energy and their solar and energy storage and generation assets here in the state of Maine. And I also represent TC Energy in the natural gas area. I also have 4 dogs and 2 cats, so I am very, very familiar with the issues that Senator Lawrence is dealing with right now. If you ever have any questions about any of those clients, I'm happy to answer them, and I look forward to working with you over the upcoming session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. And I note you didn't see if I had any questions regarding taking care of dogs and cats. But,
I've got a lot of experience in that area as well, Senator.
I'll leave those to another time. We now go on to Kevin Miller from ChargePoint. Kevin?
Hello, good afternoon, Chairs Lawrence and Berry, and through you to the members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Kevin Miller, and I'm the Director of Public Policy for ChargePoint, which is the world's leading provider of electric vehicle, or EV, charging solutions. In a previous professional life, I was the CFO for Massachusetts' energy and environmental state agencies, and since then I've maintained New England ties, serving on statewide commissions on EV charging infrastructure in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Maryland. So I'll tell you a little bit about ChargePoint and some of the key issues that should be up for consideration by the committee and for which we'd love to serve as a resource. So ChargePoint works to really create the new fueling network so that we can move all people and all goods on electricity. And we do that by focusing on one parking lot or one fleet fueling depot at a time so that we can make sure that electric transportation is available, whether you're riding shared transportation, driving your own vehicle, or delivering goods, or otherwise driving fleet work vehicles. So we provide, as a business, a flexible portfolio that integrates hardware and software cloud services to businesses. And we're the only company that really focuses on every place where drivers plug in, at home, at work, around town, and on highway corridors, looking at light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. Anything that can be electrified should be. So we're really excited to talk to you about those types of things. One key differentiator about ChargePoint that I want to convey is that, you know, of the hundreds of thousands of charging spots that are on our network, we primarily don't own or operate any of those. Those are typically owned and operated by public and private entities who we call our site hosts. And there really isn't a single standalone ubiquitous use case or business model for EV charging. Instead, our site hosts incorporate EV charging into their existing operating or business models. So a retail environment might offer free charging as an incentive or an amenity to get you to come visit. A multi-unit dwelling, in a downtown might offer EV charging as part of, a lease package. There's a number of different fleet use cases where, you can really see a downward pressure on operating costs as a result of electrifying vehicle fleets. There are rare circumstances where we'll directly own and operate chargers, such as the 7 highway charger corridor deployments that we're doing across Maine, which are funded with Volkswagen Dieselgate mitigation funds administered through the Efficiency Maine Trust. So when we come before you and serve as a resource, I think the things that are going to be really interesting for Maine to consider are the fact that fueling behavior is really changing dramatically. When you go away from a liquid fuel model into an electric fuel model, we're not necessarily seeing folks charge as a pit stop on the way to their destination. Instead, you're charging your car more like you charge your cell phone. When there's an opportunity to plug in, you use it. You charge your car where you park your car. So 90% of the time that's happening at home and at work. So thinking about how that has impacts to the electric grid are really interesting, because the majority of the time you're able to defer charging until times that are beneficial to the grid, which can create a downward pressure on electricity rates for all ratepayers, whether or not they drive EVs. So a lot of interesting rate design, transportation policy issues that we've seen. It's really at the nexus of a lot of critical issues that are going to come before the committee. So I think I'll just leave it at that. I'm happy to serve as a resource. We work with Stephen Hudson at Pretty Flaherty, and he'll likely be easier to nab than me, but always happy to come before the committee and talk about some of the exciting issues related to electric transportation that are already real and currently available to folks across Maine.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We appreciate you making the time. We'll now go on to Kim Cook from US Cellular. Kim? You'll need to unmute yourself. There you
Now
go.
can you hear me? I'm sorry, my computer was not picking up its microphone, so forgive the delay. And thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. I very much appreciate this opportunity to introduce myself, especially as a late addition, and I think I may be the last one or nearly the last one on what stands between you and probably your lunch. So I will be brief. My name is Kim Cook. I'm a lawyer and lobbyist, and I've had the privilege of representing clients, a variety of clients, before the legislature and executive branch for the last 15 years. And today I am here primarily to introduce you to one of my clients, US Cellular, who you'll hear a little bit more about in just a minute. But because I will interact with you all here in this committee and some of you in other committees and beyond, I wanted to tell you about some of the other clients you might see me or hear me seeking to talk with you about as well. And those include the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, who works on behalf of Maine's wild blueberry growers and processors, Community Health Plan that's based in Lewiston, and also together with my colleagues at Eaton Peabody, you may see me representing the Mayor's Coalition, as well as the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, and from time to time others as well, but those are the primary group. So a little bit more about US Cellular. They are a wireless company that you may be familiar with. They operate in 21 states, including Maine. They've been here in Maine operating since 1988 and is one of the largest carriers here in Maine, if not the largest. They take great pride in their network, both in the rural areas and the urban areas of the state. and they regularly participate in programs at the federal level that focus on expanding rural wireless coverage in Maine, and they strongly encourage state efforts that bridge the digital divide that include mobile broadband. So they have over 400 towers here in Maine, and they've been investing heavily in their networks and network improvements in Maine. Just today, US Cellular announced that over the course of 2020, they invested $34.5 million in Maine last year, and that included customers faster data speeds, a more responsive mobile experience, and the ability to connect more devices to the network at the same time. Importantly, they also, for the 6th year in a row, have donated $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club of America to support youth in communities across their service area. And that included about $50,000 that went to 2 clubs directly in Maine. And so please feel free to reach out to me for any of my clients. I appreciate very much, again, this opportunity to introduce myself and tell you a little bit about US Cellular.
Great. Thank you very much, Kim. And it's good to see you. I was used to seeing you when I chaired insurance committee. So it's good to see you before this committee. And I will say we did have, I believe, the Wild Blueberry Commission before us earlier, or somebody dealing with wild blueberries. And I will say that that is the best tour you can take in the legislature. If you ever get a chance to go on the wild blueberry tour, it's really worthwhile to do. And now we have our last presenter, and that is Sharon Klein. And Sharon, I have to scroll back up to see the organization you were with.
University of Maine.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I appreciate it. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and all the members of the committee for this opportunity to introduce myself to you. It's great to see some familiar faces. I've already worked with about a third of the committee on various things, but I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce myself to those of you I don't yet know. My name is Sharon Klein. I'm an associate professor in the School of Economics at the University of Maine. My background and work are interdisciplinary in nature, drawing on ideas and methods from environmental science, economics, engineering, and public policy. I teach 2 classes on sustainable energy. One is an introduction to why undergraduate students should care about energy issues and what they as citizens can do about them. I welcome any of you to guest lecture in that class about how state government addresses energy issues. In my other class, I engage undergraduate and graduate students in semester-long projects with mentors outside of the university to try to solve real energy sustainability issues. This semester, students are doing research on community solar with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, local transportation with a Bangor nonprofit, tracking Maine state legislation, and much more. Each November, I send out a request for proposals to my network asking for project ideas for my spring semester class, which runs from January to May. Engaging in these student projects provides mentors with kind of free help, except for the time cost of mentoring the students, while teaching the students valuable professional and critical thinking skills and how sustainable energy issues get solved in kind of the real world. My research focuses on the physical, economic, environmental, and people-oriented sustainability implications of renewable energy and energy efficiency. I have worked on projects focused on solar, wind, hydropower, biofuels, and energy efficiency. My work has spanned utility, community, and residential applications. I've used engineering economic modeling, benefit cost analysis, environmental life cycle assessment, social science methods, including surveys, interviews, and workshops. I have particular expertise in community solar and individual and group decision support for complex energy decisions that I think could be very useful for the state climate plan. I'm an active member of the National Community Solar Partnership and recently published a journal article on community solar economics and state policies. I also represent the Mitchell Center in a national consortium of university energy research centers. If I don't have the expertise you need, I am well connected to a national network of engineers, economists, social and natural scientists who may be able to help. As a professor at the state's flagship land grant institution, I have a fair amount of time I can spend providing free advice and information. My student projects are an excellent option for a longer, more involved study, and I can also be hired like you can hire a consultant at probably either a similar or lower cost for more involved studies. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And that brings us to the conclusion, I believe, Deirdre and Ben, of the people to speak today. Is that correct?
We had one that wasn't able to make it. Maybe she can make up some other time, but.
Okay, good. I believe that brings us to the end. So it is now, I'm just trying to look at the time, 1:15. So we'll break for lunch and then be back on at 2 o'clock to hear the presentation by CMP and others about the interconnection issues. Anything from any of the committee members before we break? Seeing none, we'll be at ease till 2 o'clock. Thanks.
I won't be able to return it too, sorry, but I'll watch the video.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Rep Foster, were you able to get that presentation from last session you were looking for?
I've got direction from Lucia on how to get there. I haven't done it yet. I just got it yesterday.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how we're doing on numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I see 3 live, 4.
And it looks like 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more live.
Ben, for some reason, I'm getting a unable to start video.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because I left. That's why. Yeah, my bad.
Senator, I count 7, including yourself.
Want to say, there you go.
Oh, no.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, we're back online, and this is the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee, and we're continuing to have an informational presentation. We invited David Flanagan, the president of the CEO, pardon me, of Central Maine Power to come speak to us, as well as people from distributed generation and other groups to talk about what is going on with the interconnection issue. So I'm pleased to have David Flanagan here, and if we could just have him turn on his mic and video, we'll allow him to brief us on what's going on. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. We can see you now. Great.
But I'm seeing a little sign that says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
See two
Your
accounts
video
for
is
you.
started.
Yeah, I see 2 accounts for you, Mr. Flanagan. I have one where your video and not muted, and then the other one where there's no video and you are muted.
That's because I'm bipolar.
We can see you, David.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, you're all
Okay.
set.
All right. Okay. Well, with that introduction, let me first say that I'm joined here today by Eric Stiniford, who is our Vice President and Chief Regulatory Officer, and who is very knowledgeable about these issues. While I'll make some introductory remarks, I think Eric will be very happy to answer some of the detailed questions you might have. As you know, I've been back at CMP for a year, working very hard on trying to restore and rebuild our reputation and address the customer service, the reliability, the environmental stewardship, the community leadership, and the value questions that have arisen over the years. And all of these have been challenges, but I've been so impressed by the dedication of the people at CMP and their willingness to make changes quickly and to improve matters dramatically in many of these areas. One of those, probably the first priority is system reliability. When we do market surveys of people, that's what matters the most to our customers. And of course, it's indispensable to the successful operation and safe operation of the grid. So our first priority is reliability. But another very high priority is commitment to the state's renewable energy goals. We supported LD 1711. We've been active participants in the Climate Change Council, and we created a dedicated task force to deal with the complex problems of solar interconnection, recognizing that that was an extremely important priority to the overall climate change strategy of the state. We've also been working collaboratively with a group of solar developers to try to address specific interconnection problems over the last few months. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Governor Mills and the legislature in putting the state on the course of turning to renewable energy as the future if we're going to have beneficial electrification, which we believe should be a high priority for the state for environmental reasons, among others. So that's the context. Reliability, number one, no matter what, and environmental commitment, number two. But I think there have been a lot of unexpected turns and twists on the road towards getting there. I think when LD 1711 was enacted, not all of the issues that would arise were contemplated or foretold by anyone. And in fact, I can tell you, in our case, we have been overwhelmed by the sudden and dramatic increase in interconnection applications just in the last year. Specifically, we went from having one to two level 4 applications for large-scale solar projects in 2019, from 1 to 2 to 600, encompassing more than 2,000 megawatts. Our whole system peak is 1,700 megawatts. It's an overwhelming surge of new power applications. It's the greatest number of solar projects in any system in the country is Arizona. They also have 2,000 megawatts of solar power, but that's been done over several years and is only part of a 7,000 megawatt system. So you can see the huge impact that has come our way. And each one of these projects, each one of these 600 projects has to be evaluated impartially and individually. We can't separate the sheep from the goats. We got to look at all of them. They all require electrical engineering investigation and field inspection. The regulatory timelines in Chapter 324 require CMP to act very quickly in responding step by step in the approval process. And on top of all of these requirements, recently ISO New England has changed its rules to require additional levels of detailed review of the impacts of aggregated projects on the overall New England system. But in this world, there's only a limited number of electrical engineers, and there are only a limited number of people available either at CMP or in consulting firms to do this kind of analysis. So we had a huge, overwhelming glut of new projects, not contemplated, I believe, by the legislature, the PUC, or us, or anybody, and yet limited resources to evaluate them. So we did our best to respond to this situation. And seeing the rising tide of applications, we created a specific purpose, dedicated organization to deal only with interconnections back in June, and put together a team from different departments and from consultants of 100 professionals just to work on these problems. We also retained a firm, a large Eastern firm called K&A as outside consultants to work on the electrical analysis. And we recruited as many new professionals as we could, as quickly as we could, in a world where there are a lot of competing demands from other utilities also looking at renewable energy alternatives. And we created a multi-department executive level steering committee which meets weekly to try to coordinate and push forward these project applications. This specific issue of the reliability in the face of overload and backfeed issues, which is a technical issue that we can discuss further if you'd like, was a specific issue assigned to our protection and control function. And these folks, who are a very esoteric branch of the electrical engineering profession in general, had an obligation to prioritize safety and reliability. And again, they had to deal with this great glut of projects. And as always, not just starting this year, not just starting with LD 1711, but as always, they took a very conservative, by the book approach to analyzing what would be required to absolutely maximize safety and prevention of any problems whatsoever. And as a result of the way they looked at this, they came up with a recommendation that we should rebuild over 100 substations. Which is where the large cost estimates came from. They also were faced with these time constraints imposed by Chapter 324. And unfortunately, these engineers sent out some letters with estimates of what the cost might be to about 18 developers back at the end of January. I say unfortunately because they did not get a business review for the practicality of what they were proposing. They acted in good faith. They acted consistent with past practice. They acted with the objective of maximum safety and reliability and problem avoidance. But it simply was not a practical solution. And so when this problem came to the attention, the fact that they had sent out these letters came to the attention of the business side of the business and the most senior level engineers, we determined that it was imperative that we immediately try to come up with a less cost, more realistic approach to the issue. And people in the company and our consultants have been working night and day, literally through the weekends, to come up with some practical alternatives over at least the last 3 weeks. And as a result of this analysis, this second look done in an effort to be just as responsive and timely as we could be, we came up collectively with a new much less expensive alternative, which I think is a major success in terms of making sure these projects can go forward as they had originally planned. We now believe, as a result of this second look, that we can eliminate the upgrades at all 100 substations, which was the major cost factor here, and that we can make modifications to the equipment that is used to minimize, not eliminate, but minimize the risk of backfeeding and overload consequences on the stations that are affected. It's basically changing both from a substation, eliminating substations and using probabilistic analysis rather than pure textbook maximum security analysis. But notwithstanding the fact that we went to this new model, all of our senior engineers have signed off that it is a prudent and responsible approach to the issue. As a result of this change of policy, the cost reductions bring the potential cost down from hundreds of millions of dollars and many years to do the reconstruction work to a figure that is not greater than $40 million in the aggregate for all 600 projects. And in all likelihood, will be significantly less than that. We believe now that of the 482 projects that were notified of potential implications of this substation backfeed issue, of the 482, 191 will have zero impact, no changes, no expenditure, no upgrades that we can manage through operational changes and how we operate our substations, any issues that arise at these sites. There are 87 projects that could need upgrades in the range of 175,000 to 350,000. Again, in the context of hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in changes. And then there are 16 large complex projects that do involve substation upgrades that may cost as much as $500,000 to $750,000, depending on their location and a lot of other factors. So the costs have gone from hundreds of millions of dollars down to a figure very much in line with the or much more minimal share of the total project costs. And I believe that these numbers will go down even further as we do field inspections and analysis. And many of these in the 87 and the 16 category may also be substantially reduced, even below the figures that I have provided for you today on this first run of this analysis. I know an issue that's arisen is what the cost allocation should be for these up to $40 million in costs. And I'm sure many of you will remember from when 1711 was discussed and debated and enacted that the commission, that the legislation and the commission's policies and regulations all appropriately called for the developers to bear the interconnection costs, because they're the ones who profit from the projects and should be expected to bear the cost of generating those profits. They're the ones who control the factors that lead to whether these uh, improvements, safeguards are needed in the first place. And that depends on the size, the location, the proximity to substations, and other factors that are in the complete discretion of the developers and over which we have no control. We believe that developers, rather than customers or shareholders, should pay for bad siting decisions if there were any. And third, I point out that while CMP is engaged in an enormous effort here, we stand to gain no profit, no income, no revenue from this. All of that goes to the developers. They get the benefit, and under normal principles of American economy, he who gets the benefit should bear the cost. I'd also point out, thinking about equity, that prudent developers, I saw something in the paper where one of the association folks said, oh, we're all locked in, we're all financed up, we got no discretion. But I think that it's more realistic to understand that these are sophisticated national and international developers overwhelmingly, and that those prudent developers with lots of development experience understood that there could be the need for potential upgrade costs when detailed engineering and designs were completed. But if they didn't want to take that risk, we gave them the option of paying for a facilities study upfront before they did anything. And so these questions all could have been put to bed in their discretion. But unfortunately, very few projects took advantage of this option. In addition, all developed, because of the terms of the interconnection agreements, all of these developers were aware that there were some costs that were not yet determined. And we specifically said that further costs could arise and would be the responsibility of the developers. The express language is the actual, in the contract, the actual cost of distribution upgrades, including overheads, shall be directly assigned to the interconnection customer. Another factor that will affect the final cost, which nobody knows yet, including anyone, is that many of these projects are in what are called clusters. And the cost per developer is going to depend on how many projects are in the cluster. And nobody knows for sure what that is now. And again, prudent developers would have reserved for that and reserved for contingencies such as unexpected location problems, local moratoriums, changes in ISO regulations, raising costs, which seems likely. So there are a lot of factors that we all can reasonably believe that prudent developers took into account. And of course, many of these sophisticated international, national developers knew that upgrades of backfeed and overload protection could be a factor. So the final point I want to make is that the PUC has begun an investigation, and I want to assure all of you that CMP will cooperate fully and completely in any such investigation, and hope, as the governor recommended, that it focuses on what changes do we need to make in order to improve the regulatory framework for bringing these renewable projects online and accommodate this dramatic, once in a century change in how our system is configured. Finally, I just want to say that CMP has recognized and acknowledged the problems caused by its conservative approach to reliability under these very demanding circumstances, and has very quickly, in a matter of a few weeks, responded with major policy and practice changes that will allow all these projects to go forward at their own pace that they choose, and at subject to requirements like whatever ISO is going to demand. Go forward at their own pace and at a materially lower cost, if any at all. As I said at the outset, CMP is committed to safety and reliability first, and implementing the state's renewable energy adoption and electrical beneficiation goals fully, completely, and wholeheartedly. So those are the thoughts that I wanted to share with you, and I'd be glad to try to respond to any questions. And again, have the benefit of having Eric here with detailed knowledge on some of the related issues. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time to consider these issues and to schedule this hearing. If I'm not as smooth and erudite as I might have hoped, it's because I've known about this since 6 o'clock last night. And so I don't have a vast team of people to ghostwrite for me.
And when you say known about it, you mean known about that my request or our request?
Right,
from
that's
over and
right.
speak, correct?
Right.
Not about the original problem.
No, no, no.
I just wanted to make that clear, David.
Yeah, 6 o'clock last night, we decided to lower the cost by hundreds of millions of dollars.
No.
No.
So it was last night that you agreed to come before our committee, correct?
That's right. That's right. And as I say, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
And we are too, because this is an area where, we have, as you say, a lot invested in this in public policy, and we want to see it successful. And when things like this come up, we kind of want to know what's behind it and what's going on. So I'm going to open it up to anyone who wants to raise their hands with questions for CMP. And after we're done with those questions, we'll invite Jeremy Payne and any of the solar companies who they want to provide their perspectives. Questions? I see Trace. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And Mr. Flanagan, it's great to see you, as well as Mr. Stiniford. I hope you both are doing well. It's come up a number of times in your testimony, I think, that there's an unprecedented amount or a glut of these projects that are popping up since the passage of the legislation that the 129th voted through, which is ultimately the I think impetus behind what you're seeing now play out. But my question to you, or either of you, Mr. Flanagan or Stiniford, what do you think is the reason that there's such an interest, particularly with solar, in the state of Maine? What is actually driving that interest among these developers, particularly the ones that are out of state?
Well, I don't think they're coming up here for the lobster. It's Maine has made its mark, not just nationally, but internationally, as a very attractive place with very attractive returns on this kind of renewable development. I mean, it's no accident that what took Arizona several years with all of their resources to get to 2,000, we're doing in 1 year more than our peak load. And I think we'd have to understand what the ROI expectations are, the return on investment expectations are of the developers. But generally speaking, I think it's safe to say from my business experience that opportunity, financial opportunity, is a primary driver for these kinds of developers, and that's what has attracted them to Maine.
And I would just add to that, Senator Stewart, that certainly some of this is pent up demand. We, as David said, we went for a number of years where there was not solar development happening here in Maine. It was happening around us in the other New England states. But now with the passage of LD 1711 and the programs and opportunities that has presented, what we're hearing from solar developers is that those programs are among the most lucrative that are available right now in the US, which is why there's virtually every national and international developer that is active in distributed solar is participating or seeking to participate in the main market right now. But I'm sure questions to them would confirm that.
Senator Stewart, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess I do. And I think it's more along that last point that, there's obviously a price difference, right? Between anybody could tell you that between grid scale solar and these DG projects and the impact that's having, and is ultimately going to be getting to the ratepayer at some point because of that difference. And so what is a way to get a handle on that, in terms of understanding, where it doesn't make sense and is no longer profitable because of the impact to the ratepayer? Should we be looking at different options like, opening some of the books, through the PUC of some of these places or something else? What are your thoughts?
Well, just to start off, and I'll turn it over to Eric, but I think the PUC sent a report to the legislature back in November estimating what the cost impact of these projects, if they were all completed, would be on ratepayers. And I believe that it was a substantial figure, a material figure that underscores the point about making strong returns on investment, potentially. So that's one factor that you can look at, is what the PUC has already reported. I don't know, Eric, what else?
No, I think that's right, David. Is the commission's report and the utilities reports to the commission that are required by LD 1711 and the commission's orders for us to provide status reports. It's evident that the rate impacts from this development boom could be significant. The question of whether that price tag is appropriate and worth it for the long run decarbonization benefits that this program brings is a policy question that I think this committee is going to have to deal with.
One of the things that might come out of a PUC investigation is what modifications should be made in our renewable procurement policies that would allow for the continuation of a program, but make it better for grid reliability by making some locational decisions, and maybe putting some limits on clusters and the pacing of projects to more closely match what the load looks like. But those are just ideas. But as I said at the outset, the governor said, hey, you guys should be looking at how can we make this better? And there do seem to be areas where there are opportunities for improvement.
Okay, I have Representative Kessler, then Representative Cuddy, then Representative Ziegler, and Representative Barry. Representative Kessler.
Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this afternoon to help bring some clarity to the situation. I wanted to understand better, you were talking about, doing the studies on the impact that each of these projects are going to have on the grid, and about making or being conservative in your analysis. And I'm just wondering, why was why wasn't there an in-depth study like the kinds of studies that you were proposing happen after the fact? Why didn't that happen in the first place?
Eric, do you want to talk about the history of the development of that?
Yeah, I think when there are various stages of that analysis that occurs when a generator seeks to apply for interconnection to the utility grid. And the initial focus of those system impact studies is ensuring that there are no adverse effects on the distribution grid. And it's longstanding policy that the generator who's seeking an interconnect is responsible for any upgrades that are necessary to ensure that there is no adverse impact on the distribution grid associated with that generator interconnection. So in that initial system impact study review, we typically look at, are there line overloads? Are there reconductoring that needs to be done? Because again, these are all projects that are seeking to interconnect to our distribution system, not the high voltage transmission system. So the roads that run, the lines that run along roadside to our homes, those are the lines that they're seeking to interconnect to. And in many cases, they don't have the capacity to accommodate a 5 megawatt solar installation. So the initial focus is, what upgrades are required to that distribution network to accommodate the additional flows from these projects. The specific issue that we're discussing here and has been in getting the focus of all this attention over the last couple of weeks is really not related to that capacity to accommodate the generation. It's a system protection issue. And it gets very technical, and I'm not an electrical engineer. So, and if any of you are, forgive me for butchering this analogy. But if you can think of it like this, I think we're all familiar with the emergency backup home generator systems that many customers have. These systems, they're usually propane fired. They are designed so that if you lose power to your home, the system will detect that and automatically start the generator, transfer through an automatic transfer switch the power supply to your home back to the generator and off from the line. And the reason that we have that automated switch is to ensure that there is no backflow from that home generator onto the distribution system. So back up through your service connection, through that transformer on the pole top outside of your home, and energizing lines that may be lying on the ground. There may be utility workers working on those lines. It's a hazard to both our employees and to the public health and safety. So if you understand that issue and that structure, it's a pretty close analogy to what we're seeing if you envision a parallel in which instead of a home, we're talking about that entire distribution circuit as being the analogous to a home. It is fed, the power that comes to that distribution circuit comes from a big substation. If that substation has transformers, just like that transformer on the pole top outside of your driveway, it's fed from a transmission line, a high voltage transmission line that provides power to that substation. It's, typically in the cases that we're talking about here, it's 34,500 volts supply into that substation. Well, if we lose power to that transmission line, if there's a fault on that transmission line, whether it's a tree falling on a branch, our protective equipment is designed so it will open up that transmission line. There'll be a breaker on either end of that line segment that opens up and de-energizes that line. So that if it's lying on the ground, there's no public safety hazard. There's no hazard to our employees who have to go there and repair it. However, if on that distribution circuit, again, think of this as analogous to your home that has now lost power, if there are solar installations on that distribution circuit, they can act very much like that backup emergency generator. They can provide power to the customer load on that circuit. And if it is balanced reasonably closely between the load on that circuit and the customer's and the solar powered generation on that circuit, you have the potential for that to operate as an electrical island. And it can backfeed power back through that substation and onto those grounded transmission lines at a very high voltage. It creates a public safety concern, and it creates damage or the potential for significant damage to those substations. That is the problem that we're trying to resolve here with these upgrades that we're talking about. So much like that automatic transfer switch that you have in your home when your emergency generator kicks on, you need something like that device that can sense that we've lost voltage from the transmission system to the substation and disconnect that substation from the transmission network. The protections that we're talking about here, initially, you know, as David said, we thought we had to rebuild all of these substations to provide that sort of automatic transfer switching capability. We've since, you know, found much cheaper ways to do that using the existing facilities that we have in those substations and just adding some additional protective relaying at a much lower cost. Back to your question, Representative, about, you know, why this wasn't part of the initial study. The risk of that islanding happening is much, much smaller if you only have one solar installation on a distribution circuit. Once you start adding and compounding, the more sources of inverter-based generation that you put on a single distribution circuit or behind a single transmission substation, the higher probability you have of that island forming in the event of a loss of grid power. So initially, this was not a huge concern as we were doing these system impact studies for the initial projects. The more of them that came along, the more of a concern this became and the harder we started looking at it. It's a problem or a challenge, I would say, that is not unique to CMP. You know, utilities across the country that in states where they are seeing rapid or significant development of distributed solar are dealing with the same issue, and different utilities are taking different approaches to it. So, you know, the approach that we're now taking is very consistent with what a number of other utilities are doing. But it's an evolving issue, I would say, in the industry, not just here in Maine or in the US or even in the Northeast. It's throughout the US where we're seeing this kind of rapid development of solar.
Representative Kessler, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I am wondering, you know, you had said that as you saw more projects apply for interconnection, you started looking at it more and more. I am not understanding why, given the volume of applications and being able to see the physical locations of all of these applications, why that wasn't a part of an analysis in the first place. And I just, in how, you know, I operate in the contracting world, if I underbid a job or if I miss something on a quote, and I go to the job and I discover I made a mistake, you know, I try to work it out with the customer, but I already signed a contract, and as the contractor, I have to eat that cost because I made a mistake. And I'm not understanding what's different about this situation, or what would make this any different. I don't understand why, you know, you had the applications and you saw where the addresses are. I just don't understand why that was able, or why that happened. Can you please elaborate on that?
Well, two things occur to me. First of all, these didn't all come in at once. We've been getting a steady flow, a surge of these applications over the last year, so that what we knew in January was, and what the size, the magnitude of the applications was then, and what the potential impact was then, kept accumulating, and the problem that Eric described became more acute and more in need of some kind of analysis. And we're under tight time constraints to get something out, unfortunately, which led to taking a more generic approach than would have been ideal if we had more time and more engineers to look at individual projects in the first place. As to your second point about being a contractor, I don't know what business you're in, but for example, construction contracts, there are often contingencies that are identified as being unknown or unknowable, and so exceptions are made, and specific recognition is incorporated that there could be subsequent changes based on new conditions, and that's, that sort of describes the situation we're in. And we knew this was unprecedented. I mean, we didn't know where the problems were going to be, but we knew, or we reasonably expected, there would be problems. And that's why we put in the language about that there could be further factors, the cost of which was to be determined later on as they became evident.
And I would just, to further amplify some of David's points, this whole interconnection process is governed by the Commission's rule, Chapter 324. And the system impact study process produces results of estimated upgrades and estimated costs. It is clear that those are estimates. If the project developer wants to have a firm price quote and know exactly what it's going to cost, they can pay for an additional study called a facility study that will complete all of the engineering and design necessary to construct the upgrades that are going to be required for that customer. It's an additional cost and it takes additional time. Virtually none of the customers that are interconnecting to CMP system want to take that extra time and money to do the facility study. So they are inherently taking some project cost risk by taking the estimates that come out of that system impact study process.
Great. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Yeah, my name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville. And Mr. Flanagan, I do live just up the street from Mark and Maggie Flanagan, and I will say hello to them and let them know that you and I spoke the next time I see Mark out walking his gigantic dog.
Okay, and remember, she's the tax assessor, so be kind to us.
Yes, certainly, indeed. So I am a construction electrician by trade. I'm currently working for Sargent Electric on, I finished a project in Belfast, a solar project in Belfast. I was moved over to a solar project in South China. And for the foreseeable future, for quite some time, I've known that I've got as much work as I want as a construction electrician, just in the field of solar. However, some days ago, when CMP reported this new price, that started to feel very liquid for me. What had been a solid, firm footing started to feel very liquid. The governor's letter came out, and your response came out, I think it was the next day, with a new set of figures around this. And then we have your presentation today. And my question to you, Mr. Flanagan, is how close to the governor's letter was your presentation, or I'm sorry, how close to the response to the governor's letter was your presentation today? And how certain are you of the numbers that you've got? Do we have another surprise? What's the chance of another surprise coming at us?
Okay, to take the last thing first, we've spent a lot of time with our senior engineers trying to come up with a conservative figure, that $40 million figure, given the new configuration we're talking about, that would be the high end. And we have every expectation that in fact it will be lower, maybe considerably lower, as we go in and look at each project individually, which we will do as fast as we can. So the numbers that I gave you are numbers that reasonable people can rely upon as being on the high side of what the reality ultimately should be. As to the governor's letter, we over the last 2 weeks, since that unfortunate first letter came out without our having seen it, a senior team has been working, involving all the relevant departments, has been working overtime all the time to come up with an alternative solution. We wanted to do that as fast as we could. Your situation is a good example. We knew from talking with a number of developers that they were concerned they'd have to shut down their projects, lay people off, leave equipment on the ground unutilized with demurrage costs and so forth. So we wanted to get a new approach and some definitive costs just as fast as we could. And our timing on putting out the statement we made was our own. The governor's request to the PUC, I think, came out the day before, but our project, our revision proposal was already well underway because we knew the initial letter was intolerable, and we soon learned that it was really overkill for the kinds of circumstances that solar power in particular represents. So it was, it may have looked like a smoothly coordinated operation, but that's not at all what it was. We had our program underway. The governor stepped in with her idea, conveyed to the PUC. It happened to be a day before ours, but if we hadn't, we would have, when we saw her letter, we certainly would have been respectful and responsive, but we didn't have to think about it because we already had that kind of program underway.
Representative Cuddy, did you have a follow-up?
I don't. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Flanagan.
Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Stiniford and again for being here. We sort of had a moratorium on solar production during the last administration. How long, what kind of planning have you done? Our neighbors were involved, they were doing this. The states around us, as you pointed out, Arizona was working to upgrade. Could you have foreseen this? Could you have used the money to mitigate during the last 10 years to foresee this? This just didn't happen overnight. Yes, it did in 1 year, but it was coming. And the floodgates were going to be there. What was CMP doing to plan to upgrade their system? We all know that the grid had to be upgraded for an increase. This isn't new either. So did CMP miss the ball there? Was it impossible? Were you waiting for investors to pay for this? And is that the only way you could do the upgrade, as if the investors in this were to pay for it, which would eventually be the ratepayers?
Representative Ziegler, I was at CMP for 16 years, but that was from 1986 to 2000. And we had plenty of problems and programs and issues back in those fun-filled days. But I wasn't here for the last 5 years, so I've got to defer to Eric on what CMP was doing in that period. But the fact that we would have the largest solar program in the United States implemented faster than any other was not a foregone conclusion. I think everyone was surprised, including the PUC, And I believe legislators, at the size and the magnitude of the response to the incentives that we got. I also point out that, believe it or not, CMP has only limited resources, and using those resources on planning for contingencies that have not come to pass and in fact are not contemplated by existing law is an issue that maybe the PUC will consider in this upcoming investigation. We're happy to do planning in advance, but we need to have some kind of sanction and authorization to do it, is the way I would look at it. And as I said, we're very happy to do it. I totally believe in beneficial electrification. I believe, as Rich Silkman has argued, that if we did convert our transportation fleet and many of our industrial processes, we have to quadruple the size of the transmission system. There's a lot of work out there to be done, and we'll be prepared to do it. And if we have the resources, and that's going to be an issue to be discussed with the PUC about how to recruit and maintain those resources. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Eric.
I would say first, just from a regulatory structure perspective, that there is no means for utilities, CMP or any other utility, to fund and collect in rates system improvements, anticipating that there's going to be a change in policy coming in a future election cycle, and start investing in anticipation of that. There's no mechanism under which we could do that. Even if there were, there is no way for CMP to anticipate where that generation is going to site. We don't get to dictate where projects want to site their projects. We have to accommodate where they want to site. So it's not as if we could have anticipated and done these studies in advance without knowing where these projects were seeking to interconnect. It is by design reactionary.
And again, Representative Ziegler, that could change if some locational criteria are created by statute or regulation, identifying where these projects can develop, so they're not all clustered in a few places creating big problems, and they're in places where they'd actually help make the grid stronger as we go forward.
Representative Ziegler, did you have any follow-up?
Yes, so you're saying during this interim, you couldn't upgrade these, I mean, is it only site specific to upgrade these substations and stations? Or could you have been working to upgrade the system and that would have benefited? And maybe they would have, if they had seen these sites upgraded, maybe the developers would have gone to those areas because they would have reduced their costs. I'm just saying, I'm a little confused on the planning aspect of it. CMP is privately owned, and you do have a profit, and often profits are put back into maintenance and upgrades. And so I was just wondering why there wasn't a little more, and again, I may be wrong about this, but you weren't looking forward over the last decade.
I think it's a fair question, Representative. These substations were performing perfectly fine for the function that they were designed to do, which was deliver power in a unidirectional way from large central generating stations over a transmission network and then down to the distribution system to our homes and businesses. That's what they were designed to do. That's what they were doing very well. They were never designed to accommodate a reversal of that flow by putting a large volume of generation on the distribution network. We are in the process. We have a standing program that's been going on for years called a substation modernization program, where we are upgrading some of those older distribution substations to a modern design. It's an expensive proposition. It's $10 to $15 million for each one of these substations. We have discussed and presented that program to the PUC in our last several rate cases, and we have been progressing at a slow but steady pace in rebuilding those substations. You know, we certainly could go faster if the commission wanted to allow that to be funded in rates. So far, they have chosen not to do that. So we're doing a couple of substations a year to update them to that current design standard. You know, that we may decide, in light of the circumstances and the change in the environment, that it might make sense to accelerate that process, but that's ultimately for the commission to decide.
Yeah, and finally, I'd like to point out, to reassure you, that we do believe in reinvesting in the system and upgrading it. And we're spending about $200 million a year in capital expenditure on system reliability and improvements. So, you know, I think that's a very substantial investment. It's not that we've been ignoring the system at all. We've been doing the maximum we could, and we've gone into the PUC every time we have a case to try to get a greater authorization for spending a greater amount on system reliability and improvement. And we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Representative Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Stiniford, for joining us today to talk about this problem. I do have a number of questions, which may not surprise you, and I just want to offer that you take your time answering, but just be aware that I do have several, so you know, we'll need to try to be efficient with answers, as well as my framing of the questions. But just by way of contextualizing, I think it's a shared interest on the part of most members of this committee, if not all, that we make a rapid and affordable and equitable transition to clean energy. I appreciated your remarks a moment ago, Mr. Flanagan, about that. And I think this really is about how we do that in an orderly fashion, a rapid fashion, an affordable fashion, and yes, an equitable fashion. And I'm troubled by this incident because it's certainly not orderly, and it doesn't appear to lend itself to being rapid, and it may not lend itself to being equitable either. The way that this is rolled out, I think there's a perception, just or unjust, that CMP was caught again with its hand in the cookie jar, and that this is absurd. That this is a case of renewables whiplash, and another reason not to trust the company. I want to correct one thing that was said earlier. Arizona is certainly, we're not ahead of Arizona yet. They have, I believe, 2,000 megawatts of solar installed, and so far we've installed 10. So they have 20 times more solar installed presently. And I think it is fair to say that CMP had every reason to see this coming. I appreciate that CMP testified in favor of the bill that brought this about, and that was 2 years ago. So I am surprised at some of the answers to Representative Ziegler's questions in light of CMP's testimony in favor of that bill, and evident support for the provisions. There were some caveats in the testimony, and I do want to acknowledge that. But my first question, Mr. Flanagan, is to you as the leader of Central Maine Power, and the place where the buck stops. There were system impact studies given to developers back in July that said 950, in one case, 950,000. And then just a few weeks ago, a new system impact study, revised one that said, no, it won't be 950,000 on which you based your business plan. It will be 10.3 million for the two projects you're developing. That's more than a 10-fold increase in those costs. And so my question to you, Mr. Flanagan, is what did you know and when did you know it about those two specific system impact studies? And more generally about the revisions that were made in January to so many different projects. When were you given the information? And I apologize, I think you alluded to a little bit earlier, but I just really would like to know what exactly you as the chairman knew, and if you didn't know, what the plan will be going forward.
As Representative Berry, as I testified previously, we learned about these letters with these new estimates after the fact. And as soon as we learned about them, we immediately initiated action to come up with some new approach, because we knew that that would be an impossible barrier for the state's solar program, which we fully support. And as I say, we worked night and day, a lot of talented engineers and other specialists to come up with an alternative plan. And that's the one that we have presented and reported on this week. So that's a situation.
So, okay, so you were not made aware, and going forward, what was the plan?
Going forward, I can tell you that nobody, I don't think there's anybody in the company who's going to be sending out any letters concerning solar that Eric and I and other people on our team haven't thoroughly vetted.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan.
In fact, I think today letters are going out to the different classes of developers with more site-specific information.
Thank you. And with the permission of my co-chair, I'll ask a few more questions. Thank you. The next question pertains to that revised system impact study. That new set of system impact studies. If in this instance, a revision of system impact studies brought that 10x down to 1x. If by sharpening your pencils at the company, you were able to go from 10x to 1x, then why should we not think that or let me phrase it differently, might it be the case that other system impact studies, which the company has presented to developers, could also, with some sharpening of the pencil and some public scrutiny, be brought from 10x to 1x?
Eric, you're more familiar with the details of that.
I don't think it has anything to do with public scrutiny. As I said, the system impact study process is by and large a tabletop exercise of very high level review of where the generator is going to interconnect, its specific parameters, the parameters of the system where they're interconnecting. It is not a detailed design and engineering effort. That comes after the system impact study. As I said, if the customer wants to have surety of the exact price, they have the option of doing a facility study, doing that detailed design and engineering, and getting the specific costs. So absent that, those costs can go up or down from the time that the initial estimates are provided in the system impact study.
I'll take that as a maybe. Thank you. With respect
and
to,
I think too, Representative Berry, that gets back to a point that Representative Kessler made, and that is, again, looking at construction contracts, you often have the option between a fixed price contract where all the certainties, all the contingencies have been studied and anticipated, and you have a firm price. And then you have others where there are factors yet to be determined that have a more flexible price. And we gave that option, an analogous option to developers in this situation.
Thank you. My next question pertains to the eventual costs, which have certainly been signaled by the larger system impact study. It appears that your engineers, the boots on the ground, if you will, do have concerns about the longer term implications for those substations and a rather large price tag that someone is going to have to pay to make the grid capable of electrifying our future. And I certainly am aware of 3 stakeholders who could potentially participate in sharing those costs. One of those stakeholders is customers, the ratepayers, who sometimes pay the costs in the form of interest, return on equity, and investment. Another is developers. And a third is the shareholders, the equity shareholders, who might, on occasion, be asked to absorb some of the costs if CMP's investments were found to be imprudent by the Public Utilities Commission. Those are the 3 shareholders I'm aware of, stakeholders. Are you aware of any other principal groups, or am I correct that those are the 3 legs of the stool?
I don't disagree with that analysis.
Thank you. Great. And so one of the things that's unique to the Public Utilities Commission and different from this committee is that we are not able to put you under oath, to require that evidence be submitted under penalty. It is your statements to us here are really just a matter of credibility and trust. And having said that, and asking for only that trust, I want to ask you if you, Mr. Flanagan, would be willing to ensure that those system impact studies, both the earlier summer projections and also the more recent ones in January, be turned over to the Public Utilities Commission as part of the proceeding, and further commit on record before us today on video not to seek to recover those substation upgrades later from your customers through equity investment. Is that something you can commit to us?
I think you're mixing up some apples and some oranges. The substation upgrades that Eric was talking about are part of an overall program that's not directly related to the kind of overload backfeed measures that are needed to deal with this influx of solar projects. It's an independent, it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but it's basically an independent set of needs, which can probably be driven by whether there's going to be beneficial electrification and the extent of that. I mean, there's some legislation pending over there that would virtually stop new transmission in the state, and that would have a big impact on what we need to do and when we need to do it. But
I understand.
So listen, as to credibility, all I can tell you is that I've been working in this state in various capacities for 45 years, starting with working for the legislature, and I think I've had a reasonably good reputation for credibility and truthfulness and frankness over all the troubles and challenges and crises that I've had to deal with.
I didn't hear an answer to my question, though, and it sounds like the answer is no, that you cannot commit to similar substation upgrades, such as are projected in the system impact studies of January, being later submitted to the PUC for rate recovery as part of an investment that CMP made.
Yeah, the substation upgrades would be in the general, whatever we do would be in the general public interest. If it's a specific developer with a specific need, then that cost, as LD 1711 provides, should be borne by he who creates the need. But if it's a generic need caused by expansion of the system, then that's a legitimate, ordinary, necessary cost that would be socialized among all the customers who benefit from it.
So in other words, it will depend on the same engineers and accountants who went from 10x to 1x or 1x to 10x and back to 1x, and how they assigned the necessary, quote unquote, necessary costs and improvements.
Well,
Is that correct?
I think all of our improvements are subject to review by the commission, and I thoroughly expect that to continue for the indefinite future.
Okay, understood. And so it sounds like these, some similar substation upgrades might be charged to ratepayers in the future. My next question is,
excuse me, it's not similar upgrades. It's upgrades to expand capacity as we have more beneficial electrification, not for system protection against specific projects.
is the engineering, the engineering of those transmission, of those upgrades, of those substations would be different, or the purpose for which the upgrade is used would be different?
Yeah. I think that's right. Eric, do you understand this question better than I do?
Yeah, let me see if I can add some clarity. I mean, the substation modernization program that I was discussing before is designed to replace these open air distribution substations, many of which are 50 to 70 years old in design, with new modern equipment, new modern designs. They're enclosed substations, so they're not prone to animal contacts. They're not, they're aesthetically more pleasing to look at than an open air substation. It's basically looks like a small enclosed building, but it does within that small enclosed building have all of the current modern communications and protection equipment. So it has an ancillary benefit of providing some of these same system protection capabilities that we've been talking about, but that's not the purpose or the reason for the modernization program. It's for these other benefits.
Got it. Okay, and that's how I understood it. It's primarily about the purpose for which the improvement is made, and that's what determines how the costs are assigned.
Yes.
Thank you. So these are primarily, as mentioned, of the distribution system, not the transmission system. And I think that's important for the committee to be aware of that distinction. As you know well, and as new committee members may not fully understand yet, the lower voltage distribution system is the part that we regulate here in Maine. It's the local distribution. The higher voltage transmission, which we're not talking about today for the most part, is regulated at the ISO and FERC regional level. And those two systems, although they work together, they bring with them different built-in incentives. And I want to ask you, Mr. Flanagan, about those built-in incentives. Investment, the equity shareholders of CMP, or for that matter, any Maine T&D, investor-owned T&D, can currently expect for investments in the distribution system. And by the way, I understand that if it's a generator lead line or developer expense, then it doesn't go into your rate base until replacement. So let me just make clear that I understand that full well. But if it is a reliability investment and it is found to be prudent, then the equity investors in our distribution system here in Maine can expect to make. I think in CMP's territory, it's currently hovering at about 8.25%. Is that right?
Yes.
And then for transmission, I want to turn to transmission and distinguish between the two. For those reliability investments, CMP's equity investors could expect to make, is it about 10.57% before adders?
Again, yes, subject to pending litigation at FERC that's been ongoing for some time now. That number is subject to change retroactively.
But the current number that they're working with is 10.57, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And if I could, Representative Barry, just to clarify one thing that you said, the issues that we're talking about here today are actually at the border between transmission and distribution. These substations we're talking about have elements of both.
Thank you. Roughly what percentage of each?
It depends substation to substation, and in particular what we're talking about. Of the investments that we're talking about here, the vast majority would be on the distribution side of that border, sort of on the low side of the transformer. There would be some sensing and relaying that would be required on the high side, but that's a relatively small piece of the investment.
Got it. So I find that difference. I want to ask you about that difference, because it seems to me that CMP does have a much greater incentive at the federal level, at the transmission level, to seek new investment, to upgrade the grid, to be proactive, to plan ahead. If your investments make you 10.57%, maybe more with adders, it's natural human behavior, logical corporate behavior to seek that level of compensation rather than 8.25%. So if there's a perception out there that CMP or any investor-owned utility might logically focus on transmission and building of new transmission lines rather than making these complex distribution calculations and earning less, that might be a forgivable interpretation. I work for a business. We do seek to earn a profit. And so I think really what I'd like to understand is, do we just need to pay a higher ransom? Do we just need to pay more for distribution and bring up the 8.25% to whatever the feds are paying? And would that help solve this problem going forward?
If I could, our decisions on investment are not driven by purely a targeted equity return. In fact, if you look at our actual capital investments for the last several years, we have invested significantly more in distribution than we have in transmission. It's driven by what the system requires. As David said, we're spending over $200 million. This year, that's probably equally split between transmission and distribution. Last year, there was more distribution investment than transmission.
Well, let me ask the question a different way, because I didn't quite hear an answer when I asked it that way. So would it be better if we either bite the bullet and pay whatever the going rate is for transmission, which is admittedly a lot, or would CMP be willing to take, I don't know, 6% and then have a floating additional performance-based incentive based on that much lower return on equity, where we actually do prioritize the performance, where we actually do prioritize, how often customers pick up the phone or, get their phone calls answered, or how accurate the bills are, or how accurate the system impact studies are, how well you plan ahead, what the reliability is. We have the worst reliability in the nation right now, the worst outages, the longest outages, and the most frequent outages. Would it be better if we shifted the return on equity, lowered it significantly, and then use the difference to encourage performance rather than simple investment?
Actually, you raise a point that I wanted to discuss. You talked about being in business, I don't know which one, but ours is a unique business, which is almost in the nature of a public trust. And we have an obligation, and we have the PUC and the public advocate and the energy office and the legislature and lots of other people representing the interests of our stakeholders. But we recognize that we have multiple stakeholders that we have a responsibility to satisfy. For example, it's of critical importance to us that we provide good customer service, even if that's a cost center. And, you know, in the last year, we've put our money where our mouth is, and we now have customer call performance metrics that are in the 99% percentile. And that's not the result of being compelled to do it, but a result of understanding that that's an intrinsic part of our business. Likewise, we put extreme priority on reliability. Sure, we have big challenges in that area. We live in the most forested state in the country with low population densities. 17% of our outages are on account of squirrels and other animals.
Mr. Flanagan, with all due respect, I'm not asking for excuses. I'm asking you what the best rate design is.
Yeah, so I'm telling you that you also made the allegation that we invested in accordance with what gave us the greatest return. And I'm telling you that there are many factors that go into our allocation of resources, and meeting the obligations to various stakeholders, various constituencies is a critical factor.
I didn't hear an answer to my question. I asked you what the best rate design would be, but I'm going to move on in the interest of time because we do have others wishing to question both of you. My final question is simply this. There were 6 utilities in the nation that were at 100% clean energy, 100% clean electricity, I should say, as of 2016. They were in Greenburg, Kansas, Georgetown, Texas, Rockport, Missouri, Aspen, Colorado, Burlington, Vermont, and Kodiak, Alaska. Those 6 places, the first to get to 100%, had only one thing in common that I know of. It wasn't that they were all in liberal places or conservative places. It was that they were all served by consumer-owned utilities. And my question is going to be, is there something else they have in common? Is there something else that we should be looking for collaboration to move ourselves into this renewable energy world? Another example is the Sacramento Municipal Utility District in California, which expects to be at 100% 20 years before Maine. They serve 1.5 million customers in 3 counties. They also are a consumer-owned utility. I'd like to know, is there something else they have in common? Is there something else that these leading locations have that we don't have here in Maine that will get us to a cleaner and equitable and affordable energy future that you can recommend? Because it doesn't seem to be working this way.
Well, first of all, remember, just in this one tranche of LD 1711 power, we're talking about 300 more megawatts than our entire peak load. So I don't think CMP or Maine is that far behind the curve. Secondly, when you look at these state-owned, government-owned utilities, you don't want to
Mr. Flanagan, we
just don't want to look.
Wait a minute.
They're not government-owned. I just want to be clear, or state-owned. Thank you.
We can differ about that. But when you look at the large ones, the ones that are more comparable to our size, like the Long Island Power Authority or Puerto Rico or Nebraska, these are our utilities that are behind the curve on going to renewable power. And part of the reason is the difficulty in making new investment decisions. So you can look at one end of the spectrum, but you need to look at the other. For example, in Boulder, Colorado, after 10 years, they gave up their effort to municipalize because the incumbent IOU was doing more environmental renewable power faster than they could do. So I think a skewed sample is something that warrants further scrutiny.
Mr. Flanagan, I asked you if there's something else that the leading states have in common. So perhaps for another occasion, you could just get us a list of those areas of the country who are leading with respect to renewable energy. Because I didn't hear what else those leading places have in common. That was my question. But I'm going to defer because others have been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Flanagan or Mr. Stiniford? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today and allowing the opportunity to ask a few, hopefully brief questions that I have. First of all, I'd like to clarify for my own self, maybe I missed something here. I hope to have most of these questions answered as I listened, but I just want to make sure in the letter of February 3rd, when you talked about the 600 projects, how many of those, it may be all, maybe none, some percentage, how many of those were included in as part of the Part B of 1711, the smaller projects versus the larger projects in Part A?
Maybe I can take this one, David.
Yeah.
For many of these projects, we don't know where they're going to direct their output. I would say the overwhelming majority have signed net energy billing agreements of one type or another, either for the traditional kilowatt hour netting arrangements or the bill crediting mechanism through a tariff rate. Some of them may participate in the next tranche of DG procurement when the commission conducts that, but I think that's scheduled to come back before your committee for possible modifications before that's conducted. But in the meantime, these projects don't have to commit to a particular direction they're going to sell their output, but they have at least preliminarily indicated to us overwhelmingly that they intend to participate in net energy billing.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Foster.
So it's probably safe to say then that many of these projects that you're talking about today with us, and also that were referred to in the letter, we're actually looking at recouping any added costs of interconnection that they knew they would have to bear from the higher rates that they would realize through the net metering and through that section, Part B, if you will, of 1711. Is that correct?
Well, that's as far as we know, their primary source of revenue. That's where they recover those costs.
So, and that would also explain the number of outside interests that came in to bid on those. So, as you stated earlier, Mr. Flanagan, your CMP representatives, when we were discussing 1711 in committee, came forward and were supportive of it. They may have been, as Representative Berry mentioned earlier, a couple of caveats, but I don't recall that any great effort was made to either warn the committee or suggest to the committee that there would be a lot of things that would come into play on how effective, how quickly, and how expensive getting these projects online would be. In other words, a matter, I think, if you mentioned earlier in the beginning of this, of where, when, and how, which ended up being a lot of them piling on all at once. I'm wondering why CMP didn't spend more time, which may have affected the legislation itself during those hearings and work sessions.
Well, again, I'm sorry, I wasn't here then, so I don't know what was discussed or what factors went into that. But I do believe, on information and belief, that everybody has been surprised by the enormous surge of applications in just 1 year. And that's probably attributable to the generous terms that Maine provided. But Eric, do you have some insight?
Yeah, no, Representative Foster, it's a good question. As David said, our crystal ball wasn't any better than anyone else's. I think we anticipated that there would definitely be interest just given the interest from solar developers and net energy billing programs in other states. We had no idea that we were going to be inundated with the level of interest that we've seen.
Well, I know that some members of the committee raised concern about the costs, and I know that there were some representatives of other outside people testifying that were concerned about where this would all go. With that in mind, as we look at the Climate Council's plan, the future of energy in Maine, renewable energy, this is far from the first, or excuse me, the last of issues that our energy transmission companies and as well as the privately owned companies will have to face. For example, legislation's moving ahead or being introduced, I should say, for converting all of our home heating and all of our transportation over to electricity. So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're going to be looking at more of this. For instance, if we piled on enough demand on the system to accommodate all of the just personal automobiles in the state of Maine, you would be looking at more costs to make upgrades, as well as individual homeowners and customers looking at maybe upgrade costs for themselves. Is that correct?
That's right. Again, as Dr. Silkman said, it's going to require substantial increases in transmission and the kinds of upgrades and substations and other parts of the infrastructure, which, you know, is the cost of doing business in a transformed energy economy. And we all should be cognizant of that and be planning in advance for how best to deal with it.
So that brings me to, I guess, my final question. You mentioned planning. I'm not an electrical engineer, but I think I understand a bit about the magnitude of what we're facing here when I look at what I consider to be a plan. And in this particular case, I guess the question would be if there had been an opportunity to sit down and do a detailed plan, as you might on an individual project of any type. I certainly would have in my past lives had to present such a plan to get it approved and to make it happen and know what the costs were going to be. I'm curious as to if you might have avoided these issues if that had happened in this particular instance. If for instance, the possibilities, the ways that these solar connections may have been best made, the what sizes and would be most appropriate, and obviously what would be most cost effective, if that had been planned ahead rather than getting the, as I would say, cart before the horse here, if that may have helped us avoid the situation that you now find yourself in.
Well, that's a good point. And if we had had like limits, like quotas per year on the number of projects so that it can be spaced out and been more consistent with the available resources, not only in CMP, but among consultants, then I think the picture would be quite different.
And I would say, if I could just interject, I think this is, if you will, one of the downsides to electric restructuring. In the pre-restructuring world, where we were a vertically integrated utility that managed not just transmission and distribution, but generation, you could optimize the siting of these facilities, the mix of these facilities to get a desired outcome. But in a world in which we have deregulated the generation side of this business and left those choices to independent players who are pursuing their own financial interests, you lose some of that control over an optimal plan. And that's, there are certainly benefits to restructuring and deregulation, where the risks for much of that investment are now borne by independent players and not by customers. But this is the flip side of that, is you in many cases have to lose some of that efficiency of having an integrated resource plan.
I personally would agree with that. I think that bell can't be unrung, but for my last point and question, I've become a little bit discouraged when I see the effort and the money and the time that's been spent on the state's energy plan as proposed. When questions I've asked about what I think are some pretty important details and would be quite simple to, that you and I might agree would need to be asked and addressed to make that plan effective, both cost-wise and in getting where we want to go. I find that the answers aren't there. For example, if, as Dr. Richard Silkman says, he knows how many solar panels and windmills and so on and so forth we are going to need, which anyone who can run a calculator can determine if that's what we're going to hang our hat on for energy generation. We could and we should develop a detailed plan. And my question is that the only way you guys are going to be able to prevent this same type of thing happening in the future, where that, as you suggested, there's a timeline and we know where we're going and where we're going to get there, and we aren't just passing legislation that incites outside investment because it's so lucrative at the cost of potentially eventually the ratepayers. But if we instead sat down and looked at, for instance, things like storage, location, types of generation, with a end goal of getting to renewables, but doing it in the most cost-effective way, would that help avoid the situation that we are in, as well as looking at just the small piece of LD 1711? Thank you.
I think there was a question there, and Eric, if you want to try to answer it.
Well, I'll certainly offer my perspective. I think, yes, it would certainly help. And I think if you look into the details of the climate action plan, and one of the recommendations specifically coming out of the energy working group is to do exactly that, is to try to develop a more comprehensive long-term view of what's going to be required from both generation infrastructure and delivery infrastructure to make that happen, and what's the optimal mix in order to accomplish that. So it's a daunting task. There are so many unknowns and many elements that are not controllable, but having some semblance of a plan can only help.
Great. Any other questions? I want to thank you both. We're going to take you off as panelists, I guess it's called, and we're going to have come on a few of the DG generators. You're welcome to stay to observe, but we wanted to hear some of their perspectives on this situation and their thoughts after they heard what you had to say. So thank you both. And I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to be talking to you or delving into the complicated areas in which we're going into.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Senator. It was a privilege to appear here, and
Oh, we lost you, David. We lost your voice. I think you got muted for some reason.
You have to unmute yourself, sir.
There you go. We missed what you said at the end, David.
yeah, just to say that we appreciate the opportunity to deal with these difficult issues, and we appreciate your patience and your questions, and we'll be glad to come back anytime.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both. So Ben, if you could take them out as panelists, and then I think you might have Jeremy Payne there. And I'm going to go to Jeremy first. And Jeremy, I'm going to kind of use you as a gatekeeper to see if there's anybody else among your group of DG generators who might be interested in speaking or providing some more information. And again, we're trying to focus in on this issue of the interconnection and how it's impacted you and what your reaction is to what you've heard. Jeremy?
Sounds good. Sorry, it looks like I'm having an issue with my camera. So, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee, I'm Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association.
I guess I would start by saying, well, we are encouraged that CMP has suddenly found a potential solution. We are mindful that these are now the third set of cost estimates for these projects. And as Representative Kessler mentioned earlier, we're still troubled by what led to this problem to begin with. What happened with the internal interconnection process? Why wasn't it found sooner? Why weren't implicated projects notified immediately? I still don't feel like I know how long they've known about this. Why weren't developers looped in sooner? I mean, perhaps my members and their colleagues would have had potential solutions to offer. I did want to mention, you know, it's not only the aggregation of a bunch of projects on the same circuit. I'm aware of at least one project that is the only project on a circuit, and they received a notice from CMP that their project may require unanticipated upgrades. What Mr. Flanagan stated earlier raised an important question for me regarding these contracts. The question is, how many months or even years should CMP be allowed to look back and now charge companies hundreds of thousands or millions? Would anybody buy boots from LL Bean if you drove to Freeport to buy your boots for $150 and then 6 months or 2 years later they can send you another bill and tell you the shoelaces aren't safe and you owe them another $50? Probably not. It also hadn't occurred to me that who is profiting from this policy would impact the quality of the service. So does this mean if CMP could make money off DG development, they'd do a better job? But I would say I do agree with what David said regarding CMP's focus on that it must be on reliability and safety, but that's not their only job. As I said, these are now the third set of cost estimates. It's certainly our hope going forward there will be one estimate that is reliable. And definitely we acknowledge there are challenges for CMP, but many states in the region have figured out how to do this with a lot more clarity and certainty that we've seen thus far. These projects also offer tremendous economic and environmental benefits for the state. So it's important that we not only think of solar growth as a burden on CMP staff, but rather a well-timed economic and employment boost for our state when we're all dealing with the COVID-related economic recession. But is it CMP's expectation that projects with signed interconnection agreements and in some cases fully built projects will just absorb these new costs? Even if the costs are suddenly less than tens of millions, or I guess hundreds of millions, many projects are fully financed and there is no ability for them to take on new costs. So what does CMP say to those projects, to their customers? It's really unusual to see upgrade costs go up after a fully executed interconnection agreement. And I also agree with a point that Representative Ziegler made earlier. You know, we welcome far more visibility into CMP's system so we can better direct development to stronger areas of the grid and away from weaker areas. But that information is really limited due to critical energy infrastructure information limitations. But we need to fix it. And I've brought it up before in front of this committee and within the energy working group of the Climate Council. My sense is that CMP and Versant are both willing to provide more of that information. We just need to figure out how to do it. It is also important to note that CMP's support for LD 1711 was not some sort of come to Jesus moment for them. It was a condition of the memorandum of understanding that CMP entered into with the Conservation Law Foundation and the Acadia Center related to CMP securing their support for the New England Clean Energy Connect project. You know, overall, in order to answer some of the questions that you all have posed, some of the ones I just mentioned, we applaud and agree with Governor Mills and the statements that she made in her letter, and heartened to see that the PUC has already opened a docket to examine these issues. I would say generally, you know, it's our belief that dueling statements and letters won't help deliver the overwhelming benefits of solar energy to Maine homeowners and businesses any faster. Hundreds of jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in the state's business reputation are all at risk. So we're hopeful that we can fix this problem together and then be certain it never occurs again. So Senator, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We do have some other folks on the on Zoom here who can talk to you from their specific perspective as it relates to development and their projects and their company. So they'll certainly have a well-informed perspective to offer, but if you'd like me to try and answer questions first, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, why don't we do that? And then I'll leave you to direct or maybe let us know who is interested in making some comments. So first, are there any questions for Jeremy Payne? Yes, I see Representative Cuddy.
Thank Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Payne, for the testimony. You asked the question about should the developers be expected to foot the bill for this after the executed agreement? But CMP says that in their contracts that they have this language there, that it's known to the developers that there could be costs afterward. How does that impact your thinking on that?
Well, I would say first, it's pretty unusual for that to happen, but I would switch to my earlier point, Representative Cuddy, is how far back are they allowed to look? I mean, we have fully built projects now that are being asked to absorb new costs. So we really just need to have a conversation about what is fair and reasonable. And I would argue that asking those types of projects to pay anything more is completely unfair and completely unreasonable.
You have a follow-up, Representative Cuddy? Okay. Other questions? Representative Kessler and then Representative Barry.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask again about, David Flanagan had mentioned that you had the choice of two options of study on how to interconnect to the grid, one with a lot less detail and more risk, and that you would have to pay for the cost of a comprehensive study to eliminate any possible problems like we're seeing now. And so I was wondering if you could further elaborate on that. It seems crazy that there are the options to have a less secure way of moving forward.
I think you're having an invasion, Representative Kessler.
Yeah.
Jeremy, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, Senator Lawrence, I mean, I'm happy to give you a quick perspective. It might be useful to ask Michelle Carpenter from Turning Point Energy to weigh in specifically. I mean, my understanding, Representative, is the general thought process is that system impact studies are usually pretty reliable, but the broader concern related to a full facility study is the time that you have to wait for them. There are customers who are looking to be able to book these benefits and savings immediately. And there's clearly a resourcing issue going on at CMP right now. So I'm not sure suddenly stacking them full of facility studies is going to get us quicker, better answers. Yes, maybe if we wait a year, 2 or 3, we can rely on those concrete estimates. But what happens in the meantime? What happens is that we stay where we've been for the last number of years, which is well under 100 megawatts of solar as we trail the rest of the region and the country. But Michelle, I don't know if you have some thoughts there that you might be interested to share.
Yeah, can we, Ben, can we admit Michelle, please? It may take a second or so, Michelle, to get you in.
And while she's coming in, I just want to make sure I get what you said, that it's a matter of the timing and deploying. It's deploying now versus deploying 2 to 3 years from now.
Okay, we have Michelle. So can you provide the technical answer that Jeremy was looking for?
So Michelle Carpenter with Turning Point Energy. We're a clean energy developer that's been pretty active in Maine. We have about a dozen projects. So the challenge around the facility study is it's typically a study that, and it is fairly standard. You do see it in a number of interconnection processes across the country. It's typically a study you engage in when you have a complicated interconnection. So it's a way to say, there's a little bit of risk around the interconnection here. We're not quite sure. We want to enter into this longer study process to dig in and get a full concrete cost estimate. In some states, it's mandated as a next step after the impact study. In Maine, it is not. So in situations like some of these interconnections in Maine have been very cost effective. They've come in the $50,000 to $100,000 range. When you get an interconnection agreement that comes in at $50,000 or $100,000, your expectation is if they're off by 25%, it's not a huge deal. It's not really designed to study the process and say, oh, we completely missed something. Now we're going to come back and add another cost onto your project. It's really more designed to refine the costs based on what you know and what you understand, and how the utility can kind of really hone in those project costs.
Michelle, are there complicated projects pending that could use to be appropriate for this kind of preliminary estimate?
So, I mean, there could be, yes, definitely. I would say the second you start talking about, needing CCVT and getting, substation upgrades, I think we had one recently where our project cost went from 300,000 to 1.4 million. Were we, and it sounds like, there is a process to improve those costs, but, were we to go forward with that at 1.4 million, our next step probably would have been, okay, let's get a facility study, because now we have a lot of risk here. This is a big number. We need to figure this out. But, when the estimate comes back at 35 or 50,000, it's just not a typical next step.
So it sounds like in signing these contracts, you anticipated some kind of interconnection charge. You just didn't anticipate this magnitude that was originally given.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's accurate to say in almost every jurisdiction we work in, the expectation is that the exact cost of interconnection is not likely to match exactly what was in the impact study. A fair amount of jurisdictions will do a true up after the fact. And, you see them come in under, you see them come in over, and there's a certain margin of error kind of tied to your interconnection cost. That is a little different than what's been going on here, which is, essentially adding new items to the scope that were not initially part of the scope, versus saying, oh, our line extension was, an extra 150 feet, there's $1 per foot number. We have to add that on to your previous 1,000-foot run or whatever it ends up being.
Okay. Other questions for Michelle? Yes, Representative Ziegler.
Yeah, and this really, we're in a situation and we need to deal with the situation, but could CMP have been more proactive over the years so that we don't have this? Or, I mean, were they totally blindsided? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first point because my wife just came home from work, so I might have missed this. Just for my own information, could they have moved ahead years ago planning for this?
So that's a really good question. I am not an engineer, so I can't really give you a technical engineering answer to that question. I guess it's worth saying that for the record, we've been working with CMP and Versant, over the course of the past 2 years in Maine, kind of trying to proactively address issues, where there were things they were aware of. Our experience with them has generally been pretty good. They have been responsive, they have been communicative, and they have been trying to move things through in a quick manner. The way I look at this is really, I do genuinely think it was a mistake. I think it was a very large one that has serious implications for a large number of projects, but I don't think they genuinely tried to do anything disingenuous here. I think they made a mistake. My expectation and my hope is that they are working on fixing it. It appears that they are. It appears that they have tried to come up with a better communication strategy around how to fix it. I don't know when they found out about this issue, when it should have been communicated to industry. But since the laser focus has kind of come on this issue, I think their communication has improved significantly. So I still remain optimistic. I heard positive things from David Flanagan earlier, and I'd like to think that there is a solution that will work for the industry. I would like to add that one thing that a number of developers have focused on is cost, but there is an equal consideration to be given to timing. By way of example, we have 8 impacted projects. 5 of those have made full payments to Central Maine Power for their upgrade costs. We are hoping to turn, I believe it's 4 of those on this year. And if these schedules come back that they cannot be turned on this year because these upgrades are going to take 18 months, 24 months, that is equally problematic to the cost side of it.
That's a good point to know. Other questions for Michelle? Jeremy, is there anybody else who is in the waiting room or in your group who may want to weigh in and give some perspectives?
Yeah, I believe we've got Bob Cleaves from Dirigo Solar as well as Fortunato Mueller from Revision.
Okay. Ben, is it possible to allow them in? Okay, I see both of you in, so I'm just going to call on Bob, who got in first, to weigh in and give us some perspective. Again, this is an informational hearing for us. We're trying to gather information so we can understand this issue, and how it potentially affects our moving forward on our policies in this state. Bob?
I have multiple accounts for Bob in the attendee room, so I'm just going to promote them all. We'll get one of them right here.
Why don't I go to Fortunato and first, since Bob's having some technical issues.
Sure. Thanks, Senator Lawrence. So thank you guys for having this hearing. I think it's really important. I'm glad you're looking at it. I have just a couple of quick points to add to what Jeremy and Michelle said previously. The first is, I found it a little bit jarring to hear Dave Flanagan say savvy developers should expect CMP to make mistakes on the order of millions or tens of millions per project. I presume that is not the message we want to send to capital coming into the state, that you can expect that level of incompetence from our utility. So I get it. And as Michelle said, it's very typical for final costs to be plus or minus 10% from system impact study. But it is not accurate to say that this is par for the course and that developers should expect that. If that is what the expectation is in the state of Maine, you will not see capital coming to Maine, right? I mean, you cannot take a $4 million project and add a $12 million line item after it's built. I mean, that I think goes without saying. On the questions a few of you asked about the system impact studies, it's worth noting, I mean, Eric described, Mr. Siniford described those as tabletop exercises, which I think is not wrong, but just for the edification of the committee, developers are paying between $20,000 and $30,000 for each project for that study. So it's not like a 5-minute exercise with a crayon and a napkin. Developers are committing tens of thousands, at least $20,000 for every one of those projects. And so it is not unreasonable to expect some level of rigor, right? I mean, I don't know what the engineering hour costs at CMP, but 20,000 hours buys you a lot of engineering time. And you ought to discover at least the major things that can affect a project's viability. I think that's not an unreasonable expectation. Again, if you're going to have a solar market or a beneficial electrification or any of these other things that we're talking about in the state's climate plan, we need to have a utility who can perform at that level. That's just a sort of cost for getting there. I will say, I think all of us are heartened that CMP has gone back to the drawing board and sharpened their pencil on these costs. And I totally grateful for the engineers who are working, and I'm sure Dave is right, that they're working over the weekend and hard and feel an obligation to get this right. And so express our gratitude to that. I would echo something that I heard Representative Berry say, which is it does give me pause that all the other costs that we are already bearing for upgrades for these projects may well have been done with the same sort of worst case scenario slapdash kind of engineering. And so I hope one of the things the commission does is in their study, and if they don't, I hope your committee will do, is create a process to hold the utility accountable for doing, careful, accurate work, even if developers are paying. Because as Representative Foster and others have noted, developers are paying, but at the end of the day, ratepayers are paying, right? I mean, every dollar that goes into an upgrade, if it's unnecessary, is a dollar that doesn't go to savings for customers in Maine at the end of the day. And so we all have an interest as we make this unprecedented investment in the grid over the next 20 years for beneficial electrification and making them well. And I'm not convinced we're making them well because there is no method for individual developers to really challenge the costs that the utility comes up with. Yeah, I guess I'll stop there.
Questions from the committee for Mr. Mueller? Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Fortunate, thank you for coming to share your experience and opinion. I was wondering, when it comes to doing the engineering study, is it that the developer is paying a third party, which then submits that to CMP for approval, disapproval, or you are paying CMP to do the study?
Yes, it's the latter. The developer pays CMP to do the study. In some cases, they do that with in-house resources. In some cases, they hire it out. But it's CMP's study. I mean, one of the challenges for developers is that we don't have access to the grid information needed to do that study. If we did, it'd be done before we even applied. But those are typically sort of those are led by and paid for to the utility.
Other questions? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mueller, I want to inquire more about that sharing of information. It seems to me that in an ideal world, our grid, which we all pay for, would be, open access. That there would be a full visibility and transparency for you, and when you went to the PUC or when you went to the utility, you'll be confident that you're getting good information quickly and can make good business decisions to move us forward, all of us forward, as well as your business. So it seems that that's not the case right now. Would you agree? And how, if not, how do we get there?
I think you're absolutely right, Representative Berry. That's the goal, right? If the grid is going to be sort of the marketplace where different developers and customers can interact with the system, the more transparency, the better. I think there's a number of examples around the country of utilities who are doing this better. And I will say, the commission here in Maine has started to look at this and understands it as a priority. And actually, CMP made some progress, I think, in the last year or so. They've at least published sort of preliminary system maps for the first time. But we have a long way to go. And partly it is, there's real information security and data privacy concerns that need to be addressed. And partly it's cultural, right? The utility is in the habit of being a monopoly and they act like a monopoly most of the time. And so we need to fix that culture, even as we also address the sort of systems.
Thank you. Other questions? I do want to say, Mr. Mueller, I think one of the best things I've gotten out of this is your comment, no method of questioning costs for the developer. And that seems to me that's something that's fixable, something, and kind of I see is utilities like CMP or Versant or the COUs or whatever are used to dealing with large generation projects. They're not used to dealing with small generation projects and a great number of them. And so I think it's worthwhile to examine that and see if there's a way that it can be done so that it's like going to get financing at a bank or something for a business project. If they suddenly start tacking on fees that you have no idea what they are, you should have an ability to question that and kind of get to the bottom of what those costs are and where they come from and whether or not they're justified.
Yeah, exactly right. And, in your example, Senator Lawrence, there's more than one bank. If they treat you badly enough, you go somewhere else. And in the monopoly, you can't do that. And so at the end of the day, that's the job of the regulator.
Right. And that's why setting up a method to question those costs is so important in that situation. But I do note, even with banks, because there's such a difference in bargaining power, especially with residential purchasers, regulators will set up procedures for you to be disclosed exactly what the costs are and where they come from and what they're based on. So I think you made an excellent point on that. Bob, I see you're on now, and we want to give you a chance to weigh in. I'm sorry, did you have a question, Representative Berry, for Mr. Mueller before he goes on?
I think Representative Foster may have had a question.
President Foster, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I did, but I was going to forego that. You missed me. But I will ask Mr. Miller, on the flip side of what you were just discussing with him, I think you would also agree that if we are going to, whether it's a company, a distribution unit that Deb Hart might represent, or it's CMP or Versant Power, if we go to them and say, we need you to upgrade your network, your grid, so that I can do business on it, it's only fair to them before they invest those dollars to know what it is you have in mind, rather than just expect that when you're ready, you can plug in anything and they're going to be able to handle it. I mean, it's all about the economics. Would you agree?
I think you're right, Representative Foster. And, I think what I've heard a couple times here, the express need for sort of a more thoughtful integrated resource planning process where we're actually using the state's energy goals to inform the investments we're making in the grid. One of the things that's so odd about the way we pay for the grid right now, as I think Representative Berry brought up in his questions, is depending on how the utility frames the need for a particular investment, it's either borne by ratepayers or it's borne by the developer. And I have a really specific example. We have a project right now that just went through a meeting with CMP, and they said, hey, you guys will have to pay $500,000 for this substation upgrade. Except it's actually already in our plans. We're going to do it as part of a substation modernization, but it's not going to be for 3 years. So if you want it now, you have to pay the whole $500,000, or you can wait for 3 years and it'll be free. And that obviously doesn't make any sense, right? There's no consistency there. And so we need to sort of modernize the way we think about making those grid investments. Because the difference between generations and consumers is not the same as it was 100 years ago. It's not one big generator and a bunch of consumers. More and more consumers are generators, and we need to, recognize that and modernize the way we allocate those costs.
Good. Thank you. Are we all set to go on to Bob? Bob?
Great. Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee. I guess my concern is that the takeaway from this legislative work session this afternoon, to those who don't know better, is that the legislature passed 1711. There was an onslaught into the interconnection queue. Some engineers at Central Maine Power made a mistake. There'll be some winners and some losers from that mistake, and that we move on. Sadly, the situation is much more significant and dire than that. We have today a very serious series of interconnection delays that are going to put at risk millions of dollars in ratepayer savings and millions of dollars of investment in the state of Maine. We know that as a company because we both develop grid scale and community scale solar. Right now, we are finishing 4 projects totaling $50 million that are being sold to Central Maine Power through a long-term contract at 3.5 cents, which is about 50% of the standard offer. We just recently won an award from the PUC at 2.9 cents, which is probably the cheapest solar east of the Mississippi. So Maine has a tremendous opportunity if they deploy their solar program correctly, and if we have a utility that is properly processing interconnection applications, making timely decisions, giving investors in the investment community a predictable, efficient process. And sadly, I believe that is not the case currently. And I just want to say, first of all, my colleagues work day in and day out with some very dedicated engineers at both Versant and CMP. We respect their professional judgments, and we value their a collaborative approach to deploying solar for Maine. The problem is much deeper though than 1711. The problem goes to the fact that we cannot rely upon what Central Maine Power tells us concerning the completion of studies. Now, so let me give you an example. There is, as I submitted in my written testimony to the committee, such a thing as a cluster study. And what that means for members of the committee who don't know is that Central Maine Power not only has to comply with Chapter 324 in connecting these distributed generation assets to the substation, but they also have to make sure that those substations are coordinated at the transmission level. And in certain cases, that process needs to go through ISO. So Central Maine Power basically has this program where they inform us which projects are subject to a cluster study and when those cluster studies are going to be complete. In many cases, actually in 10 of our projects are subject to these cluster studies. And I'll give you one example, one very stark example that's causing great frustration within my company. And this story can be shared among most developers. We're developing a project in Dexter. When we originally proposed the Dexter project, we were told that a cluster study would not be applicable to the project. We were then told that there would be a cluster study applicable in Dexter, and that the cluster study would be commenced in April of 2020. It would be completed in November of 2020. The CMP would get ISO approval and would be done in February of 2021. Relying upon CMP's representations that were published on its website, which has now been taken down, we purchased land and we made investment decisions and put money into the Dexter project. We now learned from a webinar that we participated in earlier this week with Central Maine Power that in fact, the Dexter study has not been commenced within CMP, that the completion of the Dexter study won't happen for 6 to 9 months, and it could very well be 2024 to 2025 before projects like Dexter come online. And given the experience in Dexter and the fact that the same fact pattern of Dexter, promised study commencement dates, out-of-date websites, undefined study completion dates, is sadly becoming the norm. And as I said, we respect the engineers that we work with at CMP, and we value them greatly. But like any business, we need predictability of costs and timing. And at the moment, we have neither. As our situation illustrates, these delays cannot be explained by a flood of projects over the last 11 months due to LD 1711. We have been developing our projects for years, and it strains credulity to conclude that the utility was caught off guard. And whether it's a lack of resources or a lack of urgency, we need your help in getting Maine Solar back on track. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for Bob? I do have a question going back to Mr. Muller, and our analysts got a email from CMP where they're saying there is a process in, in chapter 324 for, there's a dispute process to go through and review the charges. Do you know about that? And is that there, and is it inadequate, or?
Yeah, I do know about that. And as you said, I think it was you that said this, Senator, most of these rules were written for single large generators, and they work less well for small generators who individually may or may not have the capacity to sort of ask the PUC to open a docket and evaluate costs. And so I hope one of the things that the PUC will do out of the investigation they've opened is to create a more user-friendly process for doing just that, for reconciling the cost of the
a little more and a more informal process rather than having to go back to the PUC.
Well, I think the PUC should rightly facilitate it, but I think a sort of a more user-friendly, informal process is useful. I will also note that today the PUC doesn't seem to consider controlling those costs to be their responsibility. They are focused, and the public advocate is focused on the costs that end up socialized and that ratepayers pay, which makes sense. But there's both an information and a resource asymmetry between small solar project developers and a giant multinational utility. And so we need a process that balances those, that power differential to be effective, I think.
Great.
As you saw, when the governor writes a letter, then they show up and sharpen their pencil. But I don't think the governor wants to write a letter for every one of our projects, although I would be delighted if she would.
Representative Barry, you had a question?
I do. It's for Mr. Cleaves. And I just want to ask you, Mr. Cleaves, I mean, you have such a unique perspective because you do work in both the grid scale and the DG space. And I thought your testimony was very compelling. Can you speak to, do you have any observations regarding the differential I mentioned in return on equity between transmission level and distribution level investments, that we provide federally for transmission, at the state level for distribution, but based on U.S. constitutional case law? That's a 250 basis point differential, and inside of that, it's all an investment in or an incentive to invest in capital. There's not really a performance incentive inside of that traditional ROE requirement for the T or the D. So do you perceive a relationship between how we reward our utilities and what you're experiencing as a renewables investor?
Well, it's a great question, Representative Barry, and I'm not sure I've got a good answer for you. I've always scratched my head over the odd nature of a publicly regulated utility because they provide such a profoundly public service and yet are guaranteed a rate of return. And I'm increasingly concerned about utilities that maybe spend more time on things that make them more money and less time on things that make them no money or little money. But beyond that, I'm probably over my skis in terms of understanding the internal machinations and returns on investment. I just know that I'm a lifelong Mainer that pays my taxes just like everybody else on this phone, and I expect certain things of my utility. And when they say they're going to do something, I expect them to do it. And I'm just hoping that if this committee doesn't keep these utilities to their promises, that the Public Utilities Commission will, or the governor will, or we find a new set of people in Augusta that will, because it wouldn't be acceptable to Central Maine Power in their own business, and it's not acceptable to me.
Thank you.
Other questions for either Jeremy, Mr. Muller, or Mr. Cleaves? Yes, Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Mr. Cleaves. I just wanted to clarify again what the timeline was of your specific project that you referenced, that you were actually in process, when that was compared to when they said they were going to start the study.
So this is the project in Dexter, and it was fully permitted in early 2020. We were initially informed by Central Power that there was no cluster study required. And then we learned that according to CMP's website, which was taken down apparently, or I can't find it, that the study would be commenced in April of 2020, that the study would be complete in November of 2020, that it would be submitted to the ISO, what's called Reliability Committee. And by February of 2021, the study would be complete, and we would know if there were any issues on the transmission system that either Central Maine Power would be required to pay for because they're considered pre-existing conditions, or issues that we would be required to pay for. And to date, we've not been told when that study is going to be commenced. But earlier this week, we learned that typically the studies are going to take 6 to 9 months, and that for a number of projects subject to the studies, those upgrades might not be done for a number of years, which would take the project out to 2024 or 2025.
Great. Representative Kessler.
Just a follow-up question about the timing, because that's come up quite a bit. And as we think about, preventing this type of thing from happening again and having our ducks in a row from the get-go, with your experience working in other states where these types of studies need to be completed before launching, do you see that as a decent policy to have for the state of Maine, or do you feel like it would potentially slow things down? What sort of resources might be required to do that?
So I think that Central Maine, according to Central Maine Power, they believe that they don't have adequate resources to commence all the studies they need to commence. There are 10 or 12. If CMP is still on the line, they can correct me on that. There are 10 or 12 studies around their territory that are in need of these cluster studies, and I think that we essentially have a situation that is where the utility is not regulated by the Utilities Commission. There's no accountability. There's no consequence if they don't meet the deadlines. So it's a schedule and a timeline that's entirely CMP's. And as a result, there are no consequences. As I said, there are no consequences for not meeting the timelines. So developers are put in the untenable position of having to make investment decisions and being forced to do things like purchase land, which we did, based on a representation by the utility that is not now being kept. And so the question I have as a ratepayer, as a taxpayer, as a customer of CMP, and as a citizen of Maine, who is going to hold the utility accountable for promises they make? And one way to resolve this is I hate to suggest this, but are we really at a point, and maybe we are, where the utility is penalized if they don't meet certain cluster study deadlines? I find that unfortunate, to be honest with you, as someone who believes in the free market and believes in institutions like CMP when they're going to make a promise like this. But what are the consequences if they don't? They suffer no consequences, but investors do suffer consequences. And as Fortunato said earlier, Maine is going to develop a reputation as not being a friendly place to attract capital, and that's unfortunate.
Other questions? Representative Barry?
I guess this is a question for our clerk. Do we have available the Public Utilities Commission or the Public Advocate at this time?
The public advocate, or I didn't think anyone from the PUC was coming on.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
well,
I believe Mr. Hobbins. Oh, Mr. Hobbins just left. So
okay. Well, I'll share what I recall and ask Mr. Cleaves to comment, because I think this is a really important point. What are we able to reward or penalize, whether it's carrot or stick, depends on how our rate making is structured and what the constraints are for that rate making. So that was the reason for my questioning of Mr. Flanagan earlier around the returns on equity for transmission and the returns on equity for distribution. When CMP had 70 different billing errors, which affected thousands of different customers' bills because of the poor coding involved in their new smart care billing system that went into effect on the same day as the windstorm in October of 2017. The PUC looked at that and determined that CMP needed to be penalized. They did bring them down to an 8.25% return on equity, and that's conditional on meeting certain benchmarks for customer service and accurate billing. And if they meet those benchmarks, they'll go back up to, I believe it's around a 9% return on equity. So the important point there is 8.25% was represented to our committee at the time as being the lowest in the nation, and as low as they could go constitutionally, because the U.S. Supreme Court has been interpreted to mean by the U.S. Constitution has been interpreted to mean by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Hope and the Bluefield decisions in 1944 and 1923, that you must reward capital investment, and that must be on a market equivalent basis. So our rates are required to include that. And my question really becomes, if that's the floor, if 8.25% is the minimum that you as a ratepayer, Mr. Cleaves, are required to pay, how much more are you willing to pay on top of that? How many adders and incentives and carrots are you willing to pay on top of that in your rates to get the results that you believe you should, whether you're as a ratepayer keeping your lights on and your bill accurate, or for that matter, as a developer looking to plug in and be treated appropriately to interconnect?
So
That's
I'm
really
not
my
sure,
question.
Seth, how this relates to the interconnection fee?
It gets to what the tools are that are available. I don't want us to fool ourselves that the PUC has the tools that are required to fix this problem. I think the question really becomes what tools does the PUC have, or we need to understand how it's limited. That's why I asked if they were here. They're not here, so I'm asking Mr. Cleaves what he's willing to pay for. 8.25% up to what? To get the results you want.
I'm willing, Representative Barry, I'm willing to pay a lot to have a fully functioning system, right? And with all due respect, I think that some of these issues that we're dealing with are incredibly mundane administrative issues where the PUC can essentially tell the regulated utilities, you need to behave in a certain way. Chapter 324 essentially says that the utility has to prudently and reasonably and efficiently interconnect distributed generation. Well, if you look at the track record of the cluster study debacle of the last 24 months, you could easily conclude that that's not happening. And yet, how do we fix that? I mean, to Fortunat's point, do we ask Governor Mills for a letter every time the third grader misbehaves and we got to send them into the corner with a hat on their head? I mean, this is not a it's not a system that anybody should be proud of at the moment, or hold up as a model. It's a system in need of great reform. And but I also think it's something that can happen quickly if we get Central Maine Power to the table and say, we need to, we got off to a bad start here, folks, and we have a lot of capital at risk. And this isn't just about 1711. I mean, you talk about ratepayer benefits. I don't know what the Clean Energy Connect is doing on a per.
Bob, we're just sticking to 1711 and the DG issue today.
But we're offering great ratepayer benefits, Senator Lawrence, and we can't do so if we have an interconnection system that doesn't work.
Right, I understand. Okay, other questions, Seth?
Yeah, this is a question for our analyst and clerk and for my co-chair. I wonder if we could invite the PUC to come before us and talk about the tools that they do have available. Because I am concerned that they've already expressed to us that they've gone as low as they can with the return on equity, and there may be limited tools left in the toolbox to address behaviors that have been discussed about today.
Okay, well, we can discuss that offline after today. Other questions for Mr. Cleaves or Jeremy? Seeing none, thank you both. Take care. Okay, that's it for our informational session today. It went on a little bit longer than I expected, 2.5 hours, but I appreciate you all hanging in. And our next meeting is on Tuesday. Is that correct, Deirdre?
Yes, that's correct. We have a public hearing.
Okay, good. So we'll see you all on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Thanks.
Have a good night, everyone.
Night.
Are you both all set?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
A little trouble with today, but that was just a technical glitch from LIO, so that shouldn't be a problem going forward.
Right.
And members were great with the links today, so that tip worked, Representative Barry, so that's great.